paper tomorrow. No, he's gonna still run for the same ward there, Ward 2. He's gonna run again, so. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming to this meeting of the Horn Lake Board of Aldermen, which I now call to order. Good government depends on the people being involved, and we certainly appreciate you coming out on this hot Mississippi evening. At this time, I'd like to call Alderman Johnson for our invocation.
Let us bow. Heavenly Father, we come tonight with thanksgiving in our hearts. Lord, telling you thank you for all your many blessings. Lord, thank you for this day that was not promised, but you allowed it. Thank you for each household that's represented here. Lord, sometimes we can dress things up on the outside to make them look the way we want, but Lord God, man looks at the outside, and you look at our hearts. You know our true story, and we say thank you. Lord, help us to be more like you in how we treat others, the way we act, the way we speak, Lord God. Help us not to make light of the relationship that you may have with others in their religion, Lord, in the way they look, in their race, Lord, in their political affiliation. Help us to be respectful of what others may think and may believe. Help us to look to you for guidance in our meeting tonight, Lord, and for in our lives. Thank you for all things. These things I pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Alderman. Would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Alderman David Young?
And salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Alderman. Sir. Thank all of y'all. Roll call, please, Miss Julie.
Here. Here.
Here.
Here. Here.
All right, we have a quorum. All right, first item on the agenda is the vote on the municipal docket. Do we have a motion?
Mayor,
Alderman Geis.
I make a motion to approve the municipal docket.
We have a motion by Alderman Geis. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Bledsoe. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please, Miss Julie.
Aye.
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 Aye. Here. Aye.
Motion carries 6 in favor, 1 absent. Next item is the consent agenda. Do we have a motion?
Mayor,
Alderman Johnson.
I'd like to move that we accept the consent agenda, items A through U.
We have a motion by Alderman Johnson. Do we have a second?
Mayor.
Is there a correction?
When we'll wait to come to discussion time?
Well, you can't, isn't H in executive session?
It certainly is.
So we need to remove H.
All right. All right. Do you want to amend your motion? We're going to amend it again, too.
So
Or
is
H.
H in another place?
Is H?
No? Separate one. Oh,
It's a separate issue?
Yes.
All right.
Second.
You second the motion. Do we have any discussion?
Yes,
Alderman Bledsoe.
on, R and, Q, I wanna make sure we have money in the hotel motel tax. If Jim can explain it to us, if we have that money. So, that'd be all right.
Yes, sir. May I make a comment before he addresses you, sir?
Yes, sir.
I would like to ask the board to remove R. I don't know if anybody else knows anything about it. All I know is they want to get that money to donate backpacks, but we've already had a backpack giveaway thanks to the Dream Center, and then Walls had a backpack giveaway, and then Memphis had a backpack giveaway. So I don't understand, and I know nothing about this organization. It could be top flight, but I have no idea about it whatsoever.
Does that need a motion, Mayor?
I was just going to ask, I think first we need to get Mr. Jim to address Alderman Bledsoe, but if you could just address him, please. If the board wants to remove R, maybe just address him on Q. Alderman Bostic is here. Yeah.
Mayor,
Sir,
it wasn't backpacks, it was coats, I believe. The
coat?
letter R is for
I was
coats.
told it was
Yes,
backpacks.
but I mean, we have the coat giveaway too, so
Yes, sir.
I'm with you on that.
American Fireworks does the coat giveaway. Mr. Jim, is there money for the House of Grace sponsorship?
Well, what I was going to explain, a little feedback here, on your budget, year-to-date budget that you received in your packet, I mean, it does show a $290,646 loss for the year. That is, because we've approved a lot of things in the 2024 budget period, where we only budget a little over $300,000 that we bring in. If you remember some of our discussions in the past months, we do have in that bank account, the bank account's not reflected in the year-to-date budget for 24. In that bank account, we have over $1 million. Nothing has been transferred out of the bank account into this budget year, because we usually do that at the end of the year. If we keep transferring funds every time something is approved, we'd be doing that quite often. So we do that final year adjustment. So this will show at the end of September that we had money provided. The money hasn't been transferred out of the bank account, but the way, and I can share at budget time, we're going to be going over 2025 budget. We have a set number that comes in for the hotel motel tax, and that amount is usually about $355,000. So that's what we budget in the budget, and we budget $355,000 to spend. We've spent more than that. The board has approved multiple projects in the park that have utilized a lot of that money. But again, long story short, yes, we have funds. It's showing a negative here, but those have not been taken from the hotel motel tax bank account over. We will do that at the end of the year to rectify this, but you all have approved a lot more this year than we've approved in the past.
Alderman Bledsoe.
Before we do this stuff again, I want to know how much money we got in there before we put this on the agenda, because I got a thing that said we're 290,000 in the hole. I'm not gonna vote for nothing if I'm in the hole.
Mhm.
So, Jim, you might want, I can't tell you what to do. Mayor, maybe you might have Jim fill out something, say, hey, we have it in the thing, we're behind right here, but we do have the money. So I can vote on this with a good conscience.
You're saying go ahead, Mr. Billy. I thought you wanted something. Oh, Mr. Jim, if I understand you correctly, there is the money, and it's showing on the budget sheet that we're $294,000 in the hole on paper, because we have budgeted $355,000, but there is $1 million still sitting in that account. So would it be legal, since the transfer hadn't been made, to vote on that tonight, sir?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. The budget will have to be amended at some point to reflect the current amount that's been spent.
But they can vote on it tonight.
Yes, sir.
All right, sir. Yes, sir, Alderman.
One thing, aren't these people supposed to put the request in a long time ago?
Alderman Young.
Yes, sir, you're exactly right, Alderman. Yeah. Two questions that come to mind, if I may, sir.
Yes, sir.
One is, who is this McCaskill? Do we know?
He's talking about the House of Grace right now.
I understand that, but I'm saying the McCaskill, I don't know who that is. And what I'm trying to figure out, Mr. Jim, and I know you know because I don't know what I don't know, but when we did this new procedure that we came up with in hotel motel, we set $100,000 aside out of hotel motel for this event here, not $329,000. That was what the motion is, and that's what we set aside, to only spend $100,000 of that money. That's what we did. And, I mean, I know we're in the learning process and growing pains and all that, and I understand all that, but I think that's gonna go back to Mr. Bled, I like that suggestion, that we know what's in there and in the budget and everything, we can look at that, but the House of Grace, did they request 9,000, or is this something that we've done in the past?
They did request it, but we did enter in an MOU with them along with the other cities on the
Right.
9,000.
So that's where the 9,000 came from, right, the MOU?
Yes,
Well, if we have an agreement with an MOU, then we need to honor that. That's exactly right, because they do an amazing thing. But the McCaskill, did they fill out an application or a grant, did they?
they did, yes.
Okay. Do they have that money in their bank account?
Nothing was shown.
Nothing was shown? Well, then that's a no then.
Is there any more discussion?
Mayor,
Alderman Geis.
since none of us know them, before we would vote one way or the other, couldn't we just have them come up here and introduce themselves and do all that? And then we can decide, I think. And so just remove it off of this agenda here.
You mean place it on the next meeting?
Yes, sir, whenever it can be arranged for them to come up here
All right, sir.
and meet with us, and then we can decide if it's something we want to put money toward or not.
Is everybody agreeable? Alderman Johnson, would you be willing to amend your motion?
Yes, I will.
Move R.
Yes, remove R from my motion.
The second still stand? All right, we have a motion. All right, roll call, please.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree. Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. Number 3 is the claims docket. Do we have a motion?
Mayor,
Alderman Geis.
I make a motion to approve the claims docket, general fund, $864,851.77. The library fund, $13,355.10. The economic development fund, $3,642.47. The utility fund, $385,549.12, for a total docket of $1,267,398.46.
We have a motion by Alderman Geis. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Dupree, yeah. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Nay.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Motion carries 6 in favor, 1 opposed. All right, number 4, special guest. I don't have any on the agenda. We don't have any? All right, number 5, planning. Mr. Andrew, this is you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, this is a public hearing on this case.
Pardon? All right, it's a public hearing and now declared open. All right, Mr. Andrew.
Thank you. Tonight, we just have one case. This is case number 2024-008. All right, so this one here is a request for conditional use for a daycare center at 1986 Goodman Road West on land consisting of 0.60 acres under C4 zoning by applicant Shakia Evans. All right, so first, just starting with the aerial view of the property, just you can see how it is in its current state right now. And then the next is just a zoomed out picture of that. And then the next slide, here's the current zoning. So right now, the site itself is currently C4. All the properties to the east and west and south are all C4 as well. Next slide, please. All right, so, and we can always just go back to this if anyone has any questions. This right here is just stating the basic regulations about the governing authority or the Board of Aldermen reviews this. So right here, stay on that one right there. So we got, first, the Planning Commission has to review all conditional use cases. And so what the Planning Commission does is reviews that A through F right there. And so they review something slightly different than what the board reviews. So the first thing they have to check for is, does it substantially increase traffic hazards or congestion? Does it substantially increase fire hazards? Does it adversely affect the character of the neighborhood? Does it adversely affect the general welfare of the city? Does it overtax public utilities or community facilities? And whether or not it's in conflict with the comprehensive plan. So the Planning Commission reviewed all of that and found that there were no issues and recommended approval. So for the Board of Aldermen, the ordinance states slightly different things to review. So first of which is reviewing off-street parking and loading areas. Second is the refuge and service areas. Next is utilities with reference to locations, availability, and compatibility. The next is screening and buffering with reference to type, dimensions, and character. The next is required yards and other open space. And the next is general compatibility with adjacent properties and other property in the zone district. And then finally, any other provisions deemed applicable by the governing authority. So next slide, please. All right, so the first one the board has to look at is off-street parking and loading areas. So the applicant has submitted a site plan packet, and I just took a screenshot of the site plan and included it up here. And I zoomed in onto the off-street parking and loading area. So as seen from the site plan, the off-street parking will be the existing driveway, as this will be a daycare. The vast majority of vehicles that will visit this property will only be there to pick up and drop off children. So therefore, we're not seeing that official parking spaces have to be mandated. It's anticipated that this paved area will contain enough parking for this drop-off and pick-up. So the second one we got to look at is the refuse and service areas. So as seen in the site plan, the dumpster is located in the front yard area, south of the sidewalk and west of the driveway. The architectural standards for dumpster areas requires that they shall be located in the rear yard, behind the building they serve, or otherwise in an inconspicuous place. So as this does not seem completely feasible, putting it in the backyard behind the house where there's no pavement, the best compromise for this would be to move it to the end of the driveway in front of the fence so that it's at least in the rear yard and the dumpster can be picked up. Next slide, please. So we got, the next one is utilities with reference to locations, availability, and compatibility. The site plan shows an existing gas line and existing overhead electric line. And the building is serviced by Horn Lake Water Association. And there will not be any anticipated unreasonable strain on any of the utilities at this building. There's not going to be any changes to any gas, electricity, water. We have the understanding that this building was used for the same purpose by another business in the past, and there were no negative effects on utilities there. Next slide, please. So then we have screening and buffering with reference to type, dimensions, and character. As there are no residential properties to the north, south, east, or west of this property, or even remotely close to this one, we do not see a need for landscape buffering for this location. All properties nearby are zoned commercial, and specifically C4. And these buffer requirements are typically to protect residential properties from sounds or sights and any kind of nuisance. And so with it being all commercial all around the property, we don't see any necessary requirements for buffer yards. And additionally, go up just 1 second. And then additionally to the rear of this property is a forest that will remain a forest. So on the back side, you automatically have a permanent buffer yard anyway. Next slide, please. And so right here we have the required yards, otherwise known as setbacks, and other open space. So this property is zoned C4, but the use chart separates abutting residential versus abutting commercial. So this one is C4 abutting commercial, meaning that you gotta look at that last line there at the bottom, and there's no minimum lot area required. There's no minimum width that building line required, and then max dwelling units per acre, max floor area ratio, or max impervious surface on lot. However, there are minimum yard requirements at 50 feet in the front yard, 15 feet in the rear yard, and 25 feet in the side yard. Next slide, please. And so basically that's, I actually just said all that, so you can go to the next one. And we didn't see any issues with any of the requirements in the zoning use chart. So this next one is general compatibility with adjacent properties and other property in the zone district. So as this one is more open to interpretation, this one was likely added for more unusual or extreme uses of land that might become nuisances to any area, such as giant polluting factories or something like that. This proposed business will not pose any threat, difficulty, or nuisance of any property around it, nor will it be out of character for the area. There are varying types of commercial properties nearby, such as motorcycle retailer, many restaurants, a gas station, a dentist office, and an optometrist. The planning staff finds that a daycare use is compatible to the nearby uses, so we didn't see any issues there. And this one here is open to whatever else the board may find issue with. Letter G is any other provisions deemed applicable to the governing authority. So in this section, we decided to put one thing that we found. In addition to the state's requirements on daycares, the city of Horn Lake added an extra set of regulations that daycares must adhere to, and it's found in footnote 31 of the use chart. So footnote 31 just has 5 numbers. Number 1 is a fenced recreational area of not less than 4,000 square feet shall be provided for the first 20 or less children with 200 square feet for each additional child. Number 2 is no portion of the fenced recreational area shall be closer than 20 feet to any residential lot line, nor closer than 50 feet to any public street. Number 3 is screening, either vegetative or masonry, shall be provided between fenced recreational and residential lot in such locations as directed by the City of Horn Lake Design Guidelines Manual. Number 4 is all outdoor play activities shall be conducted within the fenced play area. And number 5 is, in addition to the above requirements, the facility's operation and maintenance shall meet the requirements of the state of Mississippi. So when looking through all parts of the footnote, the only one we found issue with was number 1 on footnote 31, and that's that at least 4,000 square feet of the playground space has to be met to satisfy the requirements in footnote 31. As we were told that this daycare will never have more than 20 children outside in the playground at a time, then therefore the maximum or the required amount of square footage for the playground has to be 4,000 square feet. And so the applicant is seeking the conditional use permit before spending the money to expand the playground. And upon receiving this conditional use permit, they have stated to us that they will expand the fencing to make it 4,000 square feet. So that is, one more slide, please. All right, so basically, planning staff concludes that the use of this daycare at this location presents no problems for the general safety and welfare of the city. Planning staff is in communication with the state of Mississippi on all required state inspections and will make sure the daycare center follows all state and city regulations. And planning staff will continue working to ensure all daycare site plan requirements are passed before a certificate of occupancy is issued by the city of Horn Lake. And as part of granting the conditional use permit, planning staff recommends placing conditions to move the dumpster to the rear of the property at the end of the driveway and to require that the playground be expanded to at least 4,000 square feet. Next slide, please. And so that's a possible motion, and that concludes the presentation.
Very good job, sir. Anyone have any questions from the board? Yes, sir.
Is this in floodplain?
I believe a back portion of it is, and as far as we know, the building's already there. We have not heard of any particular issues of this. Just the back portion of it is.
I think, was that Mr. Jordan's house? Was that a house before this daycare? But way back in Alderman Bledsoe's day, I think.
There were a bunch of houses next door. I don't know if that's where those houses were.
Alderman Geis.
I believe it's been a daycare before.
It has?
Because they just moved down to 51 and 302s.
Yes, sir.
This is
That's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking. Thank you.
This is,
Alderman Dupree.
yes, sir. It was the daycare for many years. So I don't think there was any problems with the flooding in the previous of it.
Alderman Johnson.
So for this site, the only changes that will be made will be the fencing and the playground?
Yes, I can't speak on what the previous business did or didn't do, but for this one, all I know is that to meet our city requirements, the current dimensions of the playground has to be expanded to 4,000 square feet.
Am I to take it, is this on? Am I to take it, Mr. Andrew, that if the board agrees to grant this conditional use, they're going to expand it to 4,000 square feet, or else they will not get their certificate of occupation, so therefore they could not do business until they had that fence up? Is that correct, sir?
That is correct. We will not issue a certificate of occupancy unless they follow the regulations in footnote 31.
They're not allowed to open until they get that certificate.
Correct. They are not allowed to operate as a full daycare.
Alderman Dupree.
Mr. Mayor, the applicant is here, if we can hear.
Okay, we were just, before, I want to make sure everybody on the board got to say first.
Yes.
Anybody on the board have any questions? Is the applicant here? Hi, would you come forward, please, ma'am? When you get up here, if you would state your name and address for the record, we'd appreciate it.
Shakia Evans.
Could you do me a favor and pull that mic down a little bit, please? Thank you.
Shakia Evans.
Address, please.
My address. My address.
Please.
Address is, I'm sorry, thinking of my house, 1986 Goodman Road West, Horn Lake, Mississippi, 38637.
That's your home address?
My home address is 3395 Greenway Drive, Horn Lake, Mississippi, 38637.
You get those, Miss Julie? All right. Did you have anything you'd like to say to the board, ma'am?
Only that, I'm excited about opening, I've been in business with childcare for over 20 years in Memphis, Tennessee. And so, I'm also a foster parent for the Mississippi. And so when I went to look for childcare for my foster children, everybody was full. So I knew that childcare was needed here, in the Mississippi area. So that's why I decided to open here. And then I was blessed to meet Miss Carter, and she was willing to rent to me the daycare center, and so I feel like it's a need here for childcare, because a lot of parents here, that people that I speak with children are looking for childcare, and everybody's full or has a waiting list, so they're looking for good childcare, someone that is positive and willing to take care of good child care for their children, so.
Thank you. Does anybody on the board have any questions or comments? Alderman Johnson.
Hello, how are you?
I'm finding you.
Good, thank you. Are you moving from another location?
No,
No. This is your first time with
Yes,
the
ma'am.
daycare? Okay, how many students do you anticipate?
I will be licensed for 30 children.
How big will your staff be?
I would have 2 staff members per each classroom.
Thank you.
Alderman Dupree.
To follow up on that, that's state regulated, correct?
Yes, sir.
The amount of children and personnel to watch the kids.
Yes, sir.
So the fencing, when do you expect to have that fixed?
That would be something I can get on right away to have expand, to be finished hopefully by the 1st of September, if not before.
The faster you can get that done, the faster you can get this business open.
Yes, sir.
I'm rooting for you. I'm waiting to see this open.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Alderman Young.
Ma'am. Thank you for doing it the proper way.
You're welcome.
That says a lot. We've had issues in the past with other things that have not done it the way you're doing it. You're doing it the right way. And I feel that this board here would certainly support you. And I wish you many years of success.
Thank you.
What you're doing is needed.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, ma'am. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to make a comment or a question or a statement?
Mr. Mayor,
Alderman Dupree.
after the fencing is complete, how long would it take to be recorded for she to get her certificate of occupancy?
She would just have to call the planning department and request inspections.
And how long does that usually take?
It really depends on our schedule for the building inspector and fire inspector, but usually it's the next day.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe a couple days, a few days, but it really depends on their workload.
Any more questions or comments from the board? Any from the audience? That being the case, the public hearing is now closed. Do we have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Excuse me, Mr. Campbell.
I had one question. Andrew, I saw the planning commission motion on this referenced a 5-year review. Was there any sort of time limit that your department recommended for the conditional use permit?
We have not recommended any particular specific time period. We figured the board would have wanted to dictate that.
Alderman Young.
Mr. Billy, do you feel like we need to have a time limit on it?
I'm open. I just saw that they suggested 5 years. I think that's a little short for this kind of use.
I think you're right.
So you know, if the board's inclined to grant one, it needs to be something longer than 5 years, considering the investment she'll probably put into this. property.
5-year review. Yes, sir.
Any more? Do we have a motion?
Mayor,
Alderman Dupree.
make the motion to approve case number 2024-008, conditional use permit at 1986 Goodman Road West.
Did you want to add,
The conditional use of at least, what, 5 years? 10 years, 10 years.
and what about the fence?
Subject to the fence being amended to the proper footage.
We have a motion by Alderman Dupree. Do we have a second?
I second.
Second by Alderman Johnson. Is there any discussion?
Mayor,
Alderman Geis.
I think we need to add the dumpster requirement as well.
Oh, yes.
With the dumpster moved to the back.
Your second still good?
Yes, sir.
Alderman Dupree's motion stands with the amendment suggested by Alderman Geis. Alderman Johnson concurs. Let her second stand. Is there any more discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe.
Aye.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. Thank you, ma'am. Good luck. As Alderman Young said, most successful, and appreciate you doing business in Horn Lake. All right, moving on down to number 6, new business. A is a resolution to clean private properties. That's a public hearing. I now declare open. There's a list of properties that have not been maintained. And this is authorizing the city to go in there and clean them up and get reimbursed by the owner. Is there anyone out here to comment on any of these properties? Anyone? Anyone on the board? That being the case, this public hearing is now closed. Do we have a motion?
Mayor,
Alderman Bostic.
make a motion to approve the resolution for cleaning private property of the addresses listed.
We have a motion by Alderman Bostic. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Young. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please, Miss Julie.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. All right. Letter B. Mr. Vance, did you need to address the board and anything on this? Anybody have any questions for Mr. Vance? Do we have a motion?
Mayor,
Alderman Young.
make the motion to request to approve the letter as amended in letter B with Neil Schaefer.
Second.
We have a motion by Alderman Young, a second by Alderman Dupree. Do we have any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. Let me get my stuff back together here. And we'll get on with the 2025 budget workshop. All right, Mr. Jim. Your turn.
Because I had several aldermen that said so. I'd sent out a previous email to everybody and stated that from last board meeting, I had highlighted some areas that were in blue that have changed since the last time. The first 2 pages are revenue. The revenue has not changed, so you can pass on through that. What I sent out to you and I shared with you that we're still just shy of 200,000 loss. But each department head is here. I did send out those that did a letter and everything talking about their budget. I sent those to you, so you will see their original request. I did mention last board meeting, and I have shared with the department heads that this budget that you have seen last board meeting and this one with the blue highlights does reflect $2,100 raises. You did see information from department heads that were requesting different from that, but these numbers right here reflect $2,100 for all staff with the exception of in the police department dispatch area. And Chief Poland can speak to that. I did want to just quickly go over the blue areas. If you go down to the court department, the court did send in a request for different salary benefits, but I did put in the $30,000 that was out of the original request that you saw, so that is back out there, and Ms. Tara will speak to that tonight. The other blue area is IT department. You will see those, some salary issues have changed in there, which reflect also the state and the FICA. So I'm just going to hit the blue areas. If you go to the police budget, you will have seen a $60,000 back in the vehicle line item, and Chief can speak to that. You did approve some vehicles tonight, which are helping out with that original request, which was $200,000. If you go to the animal control department, you will see those salaries. Those did change. What was originally sent to you did not reflect what the board approved several board meetings ago, where Mr. Glenn could hire another tech position. So that reflects what the board approved several meetings ago, because that will go into next year's budget. So, when that position got put in there, it makes the state retirement, FICA, and medical go up. Okay, if you can go to 901, that blue, obviously, when we had blue in the other areas, you can see that that is now just shy of 200,000 loss in those. And again, I had mentioned that all those are at 2,100 raises. If you can go to the next page, you will see I did change, because the library will be coming before you next meeting. They did send in their request for support this year. Last year, you can see in that 24 budget column, they requested $140,250. This year, you'll see that sheet next board packet. They're requesting $144,458. So I did update that, and that is all that changed from the last board meeting. So all the blue items that you saw did change, where I added things back to those departments. So as of right now, it stands, we are at 199 and some change over budget, and we will start the department head. I did place at your seat. This will be published in the paper the next 2 Thursdays. This is our public hearing request. And just so everybody, Ms. Julie, go to the very last page on that. Because of how we have to, state statute requires us to publish for the public hearing, which will be coming up very soon. Yeah, right there. And we always have to get these in there. You will see that it's reflected in this. Somebody was asking me today, how can you publish when we don't even know what we're going to end up at? The revenue will not change. We've anticipated as far as we can stretch on revenue. So if you see this sheet that actually reflects what's going to be published in the paper Thursday, you will see the total revenue for next year is projected to be $42,270,311. And that is that revenue line once you take in all the departments and utilities. So I didn't want any confusion when you see this come out in the paper, and we may not be through our budget talks. Well, we won't be through our budget talks by Thursday. That's where those numbers come from. We have pretty much anticipated all the revenue. So wanted you to be aware of that. So I will turn it back over to you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Does anyone have any questions or comments for Mr. Jim? Well, Mr. Jim, before you sit down, before we have the department head comes up here, I know I've said this 100 times, we have to make our expenses meet our revenues. We're not like the federal government. We just can't print money. We can't make our revenues meet our expenses. Sir? Yes. Yes, it is. And so we have asked each one of the department heads to come up here and speak about their budget. Because $200,000 has got to come out somewhere. And it's going to be, if we can't work it out with the department heads, then it'll be up to the board to make the decision where to cut it. All right? So, and of course, we don't want to cut anything. We want to have the best protection and best services for citizens of this city in the state of Mississippi. But some items can be put off a year. There will be some that might have to be put off a year. All right, Mr. Jim, what is your idea here? To let each one of the department heads come up?
Oh, yes, like you've done in the past. I will mention one thing. We are having an insurance meeting tomorrow. I hope to not come back before the board and say we have to add more to the budget for our insurance. Well, I'm talking about liability, not the medical side. We pretty much know the medical, and that is reflected in everybody's budget. I appreciate Miss AJ doing spreadsheets for all the departments. She's updated the workman's comp. We feel confident in that, and the insurance cost. But the insurance premiums that are in 901 cover all of our liability insurance, and we'll know tomorrow if that's going to go up. I hope I don't come back to you and say, hey, we got to increase that more, because that would go over that 200,000 loss that we're at. But just wanted to mention that to you.
Thank you, sir. All right. Kind of go down. Ms. Tara, you want to come forward, ma'am? I know you've had a long day, Ms. Tara. Yes, sir, I know you've had an awful long day with court all day. Ms. Tara's got a letter in there for the board. It's all yours, Ms. Tara.
Well, I sent a letter. Does anybody got any questions? I sent a letter. Does anybody have any questions? No?
Ms. Tara won't know, do y'all have any questions about the letter she sent?
Mayor,
Alderman Young.
okay, explain to me what the pay raise situation you're trying to do with the court department, please.
Trying to get the salaries back up. I'm sorry, trying to get the salaries back up. Is that better? Trying to get the salaries up. We got rid of Judge Carter to try to streamline and make it better. I don't know if y'all have gotten the emails that I've been sending you guys about the the court fines, how they've increased since we've done that since January. It puts a lot of work on our staff because now they're set on every single Tuesday. I don't know if y'all come up here on Tuesdays, but the line's out the door for people to pay fines because we've got most people on payment plans now, so that's increasing. But we still have to do all this paperwork, where before, we didn't have to do a whole lot because they weren't paying, and now they're paying. So we have to constantly continue cases every 30 days. So in doing that, the work that was being done to a certain degree is now 100% being done by my clerks.
Okay, let me ask you this. A couple of years ago, we were doing this, and we had to cut an individual out of your department. Have you replaced that person yet?
Well, I had started, going to interview, you talking about the part-time person?
Whatever it was, I know we cut, I think it was,
I had a part-time position back 2 years ago that was cut, and then I was under the understanding I got it back last year at $10 an hour.
you did get them back.
That's what's my understanding, yes, sir. But I haven't been able to hire anybody because the people I interview, when I tell them it was $10 an hour, they don't want it. They walk. So I've asked in my letter that it be increased to $13.50 at least, because it's only 20 hours a week. Back before this board got here, I know before you and a lot of you guys, some of you probably were here, I actually had a actual full-time position that I had over in the department. At this point in time, I could use another full-time, but I'm not going to request it. I can get by with a part-time person at this point. But the more that her department grows, the more paperwork we get. And they're busy with tickets, let me tell you.
Would it, now this is just me because I don't know what I don't know.
Yes, sir.
Would it make more sense to increase a part-time position? I'm hypothetical now, I'm not saying that's what I want. Say 15, just use $15 an hour, because that seems to be what everybody wants to do. Would it not make more sense to increase that and put another person on part-time to help you with your workload?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding. Are you saying put just a part-time person at $15 an hour, or?
Yeah,
Okay.
if we were to do that, would that not make more sense? Because I'm hearing workload. But
It's gotten really
Not that they don't need a
busy.
pay raise, I'm not saying that.
Yes, sir.
I still try to figure out how we go around the earth once every 365 days and we all of a sudden decide to need a pay raise. I ain't figured that one out yet. But anyway, that's just me. But I think it sounds to me like what you need is more help, not more money, because money's not gonna make anybody work any faster if they're that loaded down. That's what I'm saying.
Well, no, sir, not necessarily, but just like right now, y'all accepted a resignation from a girl that's been with me for 6 years because she took a job paying more money.
Well, I can
You
respect
know, and I
that.
have another clerk that's actually looking, that's been with me since I think maybe,
They'll probably regret that when they retire because of what we do here that others don't.
maybe, but I hate that I'm going to lose any of them because they've been with me for so long, except for my
I
last
understand
hire.
what you want to do for your people, and
Yes, sir.
and I envy that. I just don't, I'm really gonna have to think about that.
Yes, sir.
I'm really gonna have to think about it.
Again, we're using the money that we were paying Judge
I
Sanders.
understand.
Yeah.
But
Yes.
still, I mean, to be fair to citywide, I'm really gonna have to digest that, but I'm not saying I'm
Yes.
against it.
Yes, sir.
Just saying I'm gonna have to digest it better.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I
Well, I'm
appreciate
willing
it.
to make changes to it if I
Sure,
need
I
to.
understand.
Again, all for making changes, you know, and adjust some of those, but I really would like to see my staff get
Yes, ma'am.
those.
I understand.
Yes, sir.
Completely.
Alderman Dupree.
So you're saving money by not having Judge Sanders, is that correct? $30,000?
I'm raising more money in my collections by not having Judge Sanders.
All right, who's gonna be your backup judge?
We don't have one at the moment. Judge Murphy has agreed to not replace that position at this time. At this moment, we don't require it. If he can handle the load, and we can.
Okay. Well, that seems kind of odd to me, because what if Judge Murphy can't be here for some reason? Medical emergency, a wreck, what have you?
We'll usually
Then
get
do you-
another municipality judge to cover it.
And do you have to pay that person?
Yes, sir.
So where's that money coming from that you?
It comes out of my budget from professional services.
So not out of that 30,000?
No, sir.
What do they
The-
make when they come over to fill
The
in?
judges are $500 per setting. Judge Murphy very rarely misses.
What's that?
He very rarely misses. Judge
Well,
Murphy.
Yeah, I know,
Yeah.
but there's always emergencies for some.
Yes, but now Karen
can't say
couldn't
that he's
sit
gonna
as a
be
pro
here
tem
every
judge anyway.
What's that?
She couldn't never sit as a pro tem judge. She doesn't hold a law degree, and municipality judges have to have a law degree.
Yeah, I understand that.
So
Yeah.
she couldn't sit, she was strictly just doing the fines.
All right, so what are you gonna do with this $30,000?
Divide it to my staff.
How many people do you have?
Currently, well, as of today, I'll have 3.
So that's a
But it's still
$10,000
to,
raise.
no, sir. It's actually my prosecutors, my public defender, my judge, and my staff. I will actually replace Ms. Quinn since she's resigned. I'll have to hire somebody from my front office. I can't just hire somebody off the street to do warrants. You have to learn all of it in the beginning
When
and
I
then
asked-
do it.
When I asked how many, you said 3.
Well, because as of today, that's what I have, but I'm going to replace that position, yes, sir.
So you're gonna take the 30,000 and divide it by,
The part-time, 2 prosecutors, judge, and 5
3.
clerks.
and what?
5 clerks,
So that's a $7,000 raise.
divided, and a part-time person.
No, out of that 30, I'm just looking at $7,000 raise compared to somebody else getting $2,100 raise. That's not fair to anybody else that works in this city. $7,000 raise compared to a $2,100 raise. I don't see that. I mean, if I was out here cutting the grass and I heard that somebody got a $7,000 raise and I got a $2,000 raise, I would be upset.
Well, if you look at your spreadsheet, not all of them are at 7,000. Some of them are 2%, some of them are 3%, some of them may be 6%.
All right, that's still a big raise for one department. I gotta think about that myself. All right, thank you.
Okay.
So what you're asking is you'd like to keep the 30,000 to have part-time help, but if you can't do that, get the 30,000 and divide it up.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
How's that working out, Ms. Tara? I think you've expressed to me in the past, you're not exactly too happy with the collection agency we use. They're not getting a lot of money.
Well, they're raising what I can send them. You know, at the moment, I haven't sent anything over the last 2 months. I just hadn't had time to sit down. I have to send those case by case. I can't just run a report and send. I have to look at each individual case to send. But they're collecting,
Good.
you know, they are collecting.
But they're not filling in the gap.
Well, no, sir.
All right. Anyone else have any questions for Ms. Tara? Alderman Geis.
So what you're requesting is not additional money to your budget, but to reallocate that money
Yes, sir.
from one line item to another.
Yes, sir. And again, I'm willing to, you know, give you some different figures if I need to. I myself will forego a raise if you'll give it to my staff.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
So what's your proposing? I just want to make sure I understand it correctly. Is that they get the $2,100 raise, and then they get that portion of the 30,000?
Well, no, sir, I'm just requesting what's in my letter there for that 30,000 to be
Right, but
divided
You're gonna
up.
divide it up, you're gonna divide it up, and I
Yes,
think Mr. Jim's already put down in the wages and salaries $2,100 apiece. So that would be in addition to the 21.
No, sir, it would just be what I've requested. It wouldn't be in addition to the 2,100.
Mr. Jim, and just, isn't the 2,100 reflected in the top line up there?
Well, it is, that's what we had done with all the departments, but they were requesting, I don't think it was all broken down in the letter for each individual one, but they're not talking about adding to the 2,100. They're just talking about from last year's budget that was 385,100. Splitting that 30,000 to the staff. So, I mean, it would be an increase from that 392,400. That 30,000 would go up to that line.
I'm not saying they don't deserve it. I'm just trying to get a picture here, and it's getting confusing, and I think some of the people in the audience don't understand it either. Your budget up there on that top line says the employees are getting $2,100 apiece, correct? For the raise.
It is.
Okay, it is.
Yes, it's in that line, but all the department heads turned in requests, and I put those into the spreadsheet, and we were over $1 million in the hole. So what I went back and did is the salary lines, moved that back to 2,100 for everybody. Miss Tara's budget that she turned in had a blank there on that contract personnel because she had added it to the salary line. When I did the 3,100, that first budget that I sent to you all, that was blank. You know, they had a request to split that among staff, so I put it back on the contract personnel, so you know this is potentially coming back to their department. Because I wasn't changing anybody's from 2,100 myself, because we're already in the hole. That would be a decision the board would have to make. But because their letter said they wanted to use that 30,000, I did put it back in there. But the original budget that Ms. Tara turned in, that line was blank, and the salary and wages was a higher figure than you see there.
Thank you. It's a long explanation, but it still looks like to me that on the top line, they're getting 2,100. Line in the dark blue, there's 30,000 that's gonna be split up between the different ones and added to that 2,100. Is that right? Am I misunderstanding that?
Well, they're not gonna get the 2,100 if the raises that I'm requesting in my budget, like I requested for my top line item up there to be 425,000. 425,800. And he has it budgeted at 392,400 with the 2,100.
Yeah, Mayor, in your board packets, you know, I put the letter from Ms. Tara and the original budget that she sent in, and you'll see that that was 425,800 for the salary and wages. The next line down was 0. So when I reduced everybody back to 2,100, that's all departments, not just the court department. That line was still 0, so I put it back right there. That's why that is a change in blue from what I turned to you all last. But you can see Ms. Tara's original budget is in your board packet.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Anybody on the board have any questions for Ms. Tara?
Just one more, Mayor.
Alderman Dupree.
So the 30,000, we're gonna split up. That 30,000 come out of your budget already? So we're not adding to the budget?
Last year's budget was 665. This year it would go to 692, and that includes the increase for the retirement and the part-time increase.
Okay, so if you split that 30,000 this year, where are we gonna get the 30,000 next year to keep the raise? I mean, I don't know, I'm asking.
I guess I'm not understanding. What do you mean keep that raise?
Like you're splitting the 30,000 this year. Where's the 30,000 gonna come from next year to keep that raise that they're gonna be getting this year possibly? How are you gonna sustain that raise?
It would stay in that 692 area unless it went back up for retirement. It's gonna go up again, that 0.5% for retirement next year.
See, that's what I was getting at. Retirement's gonna go up.
Right.
Hers is gonna go up. It's not just you, your department.
Right, every department will go up, yes, sir.
Right, so.
Yes, sir.
I'm having a hard time thinking about 25 and 26. You got, for 25, you got $30,000. For 26, the year 2026, where's that money gonna come from to pay your people?
It would already be budgeted in the budget that you approve already this year.
All right, but we're already $200,000 over budget. All right, I'll just get with Mr. Jim and ask him, because I'm having a hard time trying to comprehend all this at one time.
Okay.
With all this money for one department, and the raises for 5 people, not the others. That's all.
Well, it would be the 5 that I have on staff, plus my prosecutors, my public defender, and my judge.
I understand. It's
Yeah.
just, that when I look down here at the police department and fire department, they're risking their lives every day, and they don't get that kind of a raise. I have a hard time with that.
Alderman Guys.
Ms. Tara, so what you're saying is that no matter if that stays in line item 110 or if it gets transferred to 100, that total judicial line item, total budget's not changing. Is that correct?
Well, no, it'll have to go up because of the retirement and because I've raised also the professional services. My cost for my software went up just a little bit, but not much, but I've never overspent it by no means.
So is,
But my total, I went up 4% in my total budget for everything, retirement and using this.
but that's already budgeted
4%
in here, isn't it?
total for the court department.
It is not. If you raise that 30,000 to salary, what Ms. Tara is saying,
Well,
the state retirement line will go up, the FICA line will go up.
Just based on the increased salaries?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, when I put everybody back to 2,100, that's why those other lines decreased from the original budget, because you take that out of salaries, you're paying less for PERS and FICA. So yes, if you move that back up, those other lines will increase also, is what Ms. Tara is saying. It will go back up to 692,000 instead of 681,717.
Because we weren't paying benefits on the Judge Sanders. Were we paying benefits to her as well, retirement and all that?
Well, no, but if you take that 30,000 and put it into salaries,
Then
we
if
will be,
Then we start doing it.
yeah, we'll be paying that for everybody that goes to.
Okay. And do you ever foresee wanting to get that contract person back in the future?
I can't answer that. That's going to be a question for Judge Murphy, and he's going to be the one that would have to appoint a judge pro tem at that point. And right now, he doesn't see a need for a judge pro tem. We can pay, Judge Delgado, we can pay Judge Naaman. They come and sit when he does miss, but it's not very often.
And
So
they're
it's
paid-
cheaper to do it that way than have an actual sitting judge where we have to pay him a salary.
And they're paid out of professional services?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
You should have a copy of my budget that's on there, and you can see the increase that's at the bottom total,
Yes,
if
yes,
that
sir.
helps you any.
Anyone else? Alderman Young.
You know, in the Royal Navy, after they've been out for so long, they get a shot at tequila, or I think we need to start doing that up here on budget things. Make it go a lot quicker. Mr. Tar, I'm pretty straightforward, you know that. That 30,000, we're sitting here looking, as Mr. Jim just said, we're sitting here looking at just $200,000 deficit. It's got to come somewhere. Because by law, we have to, regardless of however much money we put on our tax base, we have to have a balanced budget. I've been sitting here looking and running these numbers through my head, and I'm just going to be straight with you. That's the only way I know how to be. Personally, not that they're not worth it, but I think 2,100 is fair, just like everybody else across the board. And that's in there, and I seriously think that we need to consider, Mr. Jim, moving that $30,000 to cover our deficit. That's just where I'm at. I know you don't want to hear that, and I can tell it by your face, and I understand it. But we have a deficit. We're required by law to have a balanced budget. It seems like a drop in the bucket, but $30,000 is $30,000, and your people are amazing, and that's why I asked you about the part-time person. You may want to consider that, to take some of the workload off these people, because I know they're getting slammed. I've seen them. I've been here, I've seen it, and I know they're slammed, and I feel for them. But when you gotta cut hay when it's hay cutting time, it's hay cutting time. I'm not saying that's what's gonna happen. That's just me. I'm just talking to you. That's where I'm leaning right now. But things can change. This is just a preliminary. And I appreciate your candidness and taking up for your people, because that means a lot.
Yes, sir.
You run a good ship here,
Thank you.
and I appreciate everything they do and what you do, but I want you to see it from the horse's mouth.
I understand.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your understanding.
Anyone else? Ms. Tara is a lot to think about, because you run an excellent court department. You hear it
Thank you.
from everybody. But
Thank you.
do you have anything else to address to the board, ma'am?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, Ms. Tara. If Ms. Tara's had a long, long day, unless she wants to stay, does anybody on the board want her to stay? Alderman Geis wants you to stay.
I have one more question. On your professional services, it looks like you still got quite a bit of money left in there. Do you ever max out that fund?
Maybe a few years ago, but no, sir. I've never maxed it out, no, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. See what you mean, move some of that around. All right. Chief Pullen, please. Chief Pullen's been ill, and we're glad to see her back. In case she gets tired the evening, she can go home. Chief, did you want to address the board in any way?
Yes, sir. So, I guess to add confusion after Ms. Torres, I did 2,100 for all of my employees, and with the exception of dispatch and the dispatch supervisor. So, obviously with the police department, it's hard with such a larger department, and when you start doing percentages and dollar figures, we're competing with the other agencies. We're all competing with the same pool of people, and we obviously want the best of the best. So we're doing an excellent job right now, and I think the 2,100 for across the board is excellent, and we're super appreciative of that. In dispatch, however, I'm starting to get such a huge gap between our department and the neighboring agencies that we're just so grossly underpaid. And with our call volume, what they do, and the number of dispatchers that I have in there, in that emergency center, is just, it's hard to fathom. After 20 some odd years, I still have some that are making $23, $34 an hour. And I've got part-time positions that make $25 an hour. So for that top dispatch pay, I'm asking for $25.50. And then, that would still put them, other agencies are of course gonna get their percentage pay raises, but that would still put them at the next lowest paid dispatcher that's making comparatively the same, or answering the same amount of calls and working with even less other dispatchers in their dispatch center. That still puts them 30 cents underneath what South Haven is making. So my top dispatcher, or most experienced dispatch position, again, I'm asking for the $25.50, and then the next is a T2, which would be $22.79 an hour, which would be a $1.49 an hour raise, just under $4,000. And then the T1 in the door dispatcher, I'm asking for a $1.41 raise, which is $3,200. And then the dispatch supervisor, which of course she wears so many hats. She Daniel can attest, she also handles much of our IT issues. And while dispatch is paid out of the police budget, and I'm extremely grateful for them and would not want them going anywhere else, they provide a service to every department head up here, I guess maybe other than Drew, but they answer to every single department up here. Never gripe, never complain, and do a spot-on job. That's not a job that there's any room for error whatsoever. Collectively, I've got
I'll interrupt you a moment and ask you to Okay, you got the lower mic there, okay,
Yes, sir.
all right.
I'm sorry, Cam, am I,
Yeah, I can
can
hear
you hear? Okay. So collectively, I've got over 102 years of experience in that dispatch center. If I start to lose them because this pay continues to, the difference continues to grow, that's a lot to replace. The experience that's up there, I just can't replace it. So, that's all I ask is just consider that again, we're grateful for the 2,100, but, the discrepancy's just starting to get so far.
anything else, Chief?
Well, that's just my wages and salaries line. I'll wait to go on to the next ones.
Okay, well, let me ask you about your fuel.
Yes, sir.
Like Alderman Guy said on, you had even used half your budget for fuel.
Yes, sir.
Think you got a little room in there to shave a little bit?
Probably, hoping that it stays where it's at and doesn't rise. It's hard to predict where gas prices are gonna be, so, it makes me nervous to change that. I agree, we haven't used a ton of it, but we've been grateful for that.
So you've got, what, 2 months left in the budget? Just reflect everything till just 2 months left.
Sure.
Mr. Jim?
He's trying to get it.
I think we need to go at 3,100.
I did run a year-to-date before the board meeting in anticipating you may have a question like that, so let me see here.
Karnak.
Fuel and oil, they have, they've spent, let me see if I see this right. $122,915.
Okay, that makes it, now I understand more what you're talking about, Chief, because on this thing, you still had about 80,000 left over.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Now you've only got 60,000 left over, correct?
Yes, sir. You said 122?
Yes, and they did a budget amendment that took 10,000 out of that, so that budget line actually is 170,000. But yes, they have spent 122,915 as of today.
And they still got 2 months to go.
Correct, so that is gonna be very tight.
And you're right, Chief.
And I did, with tonight's budget transfer, that does help with my vehicle line that I had requested 60,000. But that will purchase vehicles, the 4 that we had requested, and then in that transfer, that's to cover the equipment that will go into those vehicles. So, if it would help, I can move forward with 40,000 out of that line, knowing that we're gonna go ahead and make that purchase with what was transferred tonight. So we could go forward with 20,000, but that's where, let's say, a vehicle gets damaged in a wreck, I'm replacing light bar, push bumper, things like that out of that line. I've got $5,000 towards radios that go in those cars, and that's 5,000 apiece, and that's paid for out of my vehicle line. I did go up in my professional services because of just the cost of our, what we use for our investigative services, and so like, to research, criminal investigations uses this often, just doing research for their cases. Everything's going up. The yearly subscriptions of those things, as you all know, we're constantly getting hit with prices are going up because of, it's just another year it's gonna go up.
Yes, unfortunately, it really hits the big departments, the increase in the PERS.
Yes, sir.
It really, really drives it up. Alderman Young.
Chief, I think last year I asked the same question, but I've slept since then. Professional services, you got $100,000. What is that in the PD? What is professional, what would you, I mean, I can understand attorneys and all that in the court department. Explain that, bring me up to speed. I don't know what I don't know.
So, right now, our tag reader cameras, we have flock cameras, and we have 10 of them throughout the city, and we have to pay yearly for that subscription. We do criminal investigations uses, it's called TLO, which they use that to basically reverse research someone. So if they have any type of, anything whatsoever that they can use to research a person to nail down exactly who the suspect might be, that's what they would use. We use it for attorney fees, lawsuits, litigation, things like that. Any type of purchases that we have to make out of the police department comes out of our professional service line. Just for, I know that's a very vague explanation, but I'm trying to think of more examples. But the main thing, the biggest hit, I guess, that we take is our flock payment, and then actually we're about to make our virtual academy, which is, it houses all of our policies and procedures, and it's a system to, every employee has to check off on it to show that they have read that policy. So within that year, they can't say, well, I didn't know that was a policy. So keeping it electronically housed like that just is a better check and balance for us. Along with that subscription cost went up because we beefed up that system to add a training module that will better keep track of all of our field training. Again, each one is competing with the other and kind of has a monopoly on just keeping that cost rising.
Mayor,
Alderman.
in this budget here, is your PIO in that?
Yes, sir.
Good. And your body cams?
No, sir, I plan on making that purchase in this budget. I'm waiting to find out if we get approved for a grant, but I do still have that money
PIO,
reserved.
and you can make all this work on that number?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Alderman Dupree.
You can get the body cams in this budget?
Yes, sir, I plan on making that purchase before October 1st.
Excellent.
Anyone else have any questions for Chief Pullen? Chief, we thank you, and if you get to feel a little under the weather, I see you bought some backup there. So
He doesn't know yet.
He's just here. We're going to play golf after.
anyone have any questions for Chief Pullen? Mr. Jim Robinson, please.
So I can write you down for giving 40,000 out of that vehicle line? Is that what you said? Leave that at 20?
I did bring back up.
I already wrote it down.
Unfortunately. If it will help, I'll be honest, my biggest fight right now is for the dispatchers. I really, really need to get them closer to just a comparable rate. Again, they have made no threat to go anywhere whatsoever, but for 20-plus years that some of them have, knowing that they'll top out at what they make is, they've got a heart of gold, and they do an excellent job for what they make, but they deserve a little bit more.
Anyone else have any questions, comments for Chief Pullen? Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it. Whenever you feel like you need to leave, just go ahead. All right, Chief Linville, could you fill us in on what your question from the board, and if you have anywhere we can save a few dollars?
I don't know, you took 40 real quick, so I don't know. I don't even know if I want to speak. I really can't complain on the budget. Our biggest increase this year was the additional firefighters that we added last year was only half a year. This year, they're gonna be the whole year. It's kind of like that question you asked Ms. Tarr. It's coming back next year full fold. So last year, we did do the 6 additional firefighters. Now we're paying, of course, 5 of them still got to go to the fire academy, so that's going to be a struggle between now and probably March before I get them. I think we're hoping they do. 5 of them go off to next week, and they'll do their hazmat week. They get certified in that, then they'll qualify to go to the Fire Academy for the 7-week class. But it'll probably be either December or January before I can get any of them in that, so, because they're pretty full on the backlog. But I did ask for a 4% raise in mine, and I know I sent the sheet out. Everybody got the letter. I'm not going to go too deep into it. The only thing I had was I wished at some point, I appreciate the $2,100. Don't get me wrong in everything. Just in the fire service, and I know it's the same in some of the others, but the $2,100 is a great raise for a 2080 employee, but my firefighters is a $31.58, so that gives them 66 cents an hour. For my paramedics and everybody, that's what they get as an hourly raise. If I could do a percentage and see, the biggest thing I have, and if you look at my, I don't know if you have that spreadsheet in front of you, but when you look at their sheet on this, you have a lieutenant that's topped out, and he's going to make $69,000, and the firefighter 2 is making $55,000. There's just not a lot of gap in that. So I will say, in Horn Lake, we're the highest paid starting out firefighter there is in the county. But the top end of that is after they've been here 5 or 6 years, they can go somewhere else and be a whole lot more if they top out in their pay, because it does change a lot. That's my biggest concern on that. We did get, this year in the budget, we've actually got the air packs. We got those ordered, and they're in, and they're done. So all my trucks now have the new air packs on them. So that's been accomplished. So that's the reason you see the professional, and I didn't put any vehicles in at all, but machinery and equipment, I had requested $225. We've got that back down to $145. But I still am requesting that we get some new monitors for the ambulance. Some of those we have, is trying to change and go up with some updated equipment for the monitors. They're only about $80,000 a piece, but we still need to try to buy 3. But I've worked on that in 2 ways, and I may can go back and do that. We've tried to see about buying the 3 monitors over a 3-year purchase or a 2-year purchase. So that will cut. But the $145 brings it down to about a 2-year purchase. But if we do a 3-year, we make it lower that a little bit more on the $145. But outside of that, if you got any questions for me, overall, I did have for an additional employee, we took that out. I've met with Jim. I was trying to get a training officer, but I know our training center is beginning to get off the ground, but maybe next year we could look more to a paramedic supervisor / training officer for the department for trying to maintain all that for everybody. It does become a lot just trying to keep everybody's certification up. If they're on the ambulance, they have to have their certification every 2 years to keep it in check with National Registry, or they can't be licensed. So it's just a lot to keep up with on that itself. And then the firefighter, like I said, we have 5 that we've hired that are fixing to go to the Fire Academy. They just hadn't went yet. So we did add the additional 25 for the training facility. Of course, some of that revenue is coming from the cell tower that's been put out at Station 3. That's the only thing I see added in there is another line item from this year. Last year, Any questions?
Thank you, Chief. Anybody on the board have any questions for Chief Alderman Klein?
Yes, sir. Chief, are we still kind of in line to hopefully get a new rating by the first of the year?
Well, I've met with the Rating Bureau on that. They kind of want 1 year's data after we've had the firemen on board for 1 year. So I am trying to have them come in here towards the end of this year or 1st of January to kind of give us a preliminary and see where we could fit in. If that is it's done by March, April, if we could make that increasement at least in that time frame, yeah.
Yeah.
I've reached out to them, they promised they would come, I'll have to call them again and see if they'll kind of get me on the preliminary. We're not set up for a re-inspection. It's every 5 years they come, so they kind of have their field they run for the whole state, and they go every 5 years, but I was just gonna see if they'd come in and kind of give us a quick grade, and then maybe come back later and give us a final grade.
Yeah, so I sure appreciate your effort on that. Thank you,
I would
sir.
like to at least drop it to a 3.
Oh, yes.
Yes, sir.
Alderman Bledsoe.
No, they're not in my budget. They're not in the fire budget, no. I have to keep up with the ones at the fire trucks and the ambulances, but not at the buildings. Well, we've done it a couple times, checked them. I can have somebody to check them, but when I check them, they may have to be going to be replaced. They need replacing.
Those are in the, that's in the 901 professional services. Professional services in everybody's budget. You had asked Chief Poland that. Any contracts or agreements, a lot of those in professional services are in those departments, but those in particular in the 901, the department heads or the departments have copier leases, and we have copier leases in 901. So a lot of contracts, Mr. Billy's contract is in 901, spread between all the departments and everybody. So any type of professional service that we need to keep the city going. Chief talked about different agreements with software and everything. That's all in 901.
Alderman Bledsoe.
I can, I don't mind having them checked, but whatever needs to be fixed, if Jim, and we can bring it back to the board or whatever we need to do. Some of them are pretty old. They may not, I'm not saying they don't work, don't get me wrong, they may work, but I know the pads, we changed them out a few years ago, but I don't think we've done anything in a while, so that's kind of the same thing on the professional services, but I guess I can have them checked, and I just need to know who's got one. I know there's one at City Hall. I don't know, Parks, if you got one, you just have to let me know. You don't have one on your side? I don't have my list. AED? When I was EMA director, we put them out, so that's a long time. One in the hallway. But I don't mind having them checked, see if they're working. But I know the pads are probably outdated. About every 2 to 3, yeah.
Thank you, sir. Well, thank you. It's a very good idea, sir. Thank you very much, Alderman. Anyone else have any questions? Alderman Young.
Chief Linville,
Yes, sir.
at 25,000 in the training facility, I know we're sitting here trying to save pennies, nickels, and dimes, as Lord knows we need to, but is that enough?
Nowhere near enough. We're just trying to crawl. We've already spent,
Did you ever get your concrete poured?
concrete's poured.
Okay.
We have a place now to move the containers to. I don't have a price to move the containers, but I'm just hoping that we get the containers moved and get started on this next year, and then maybe the following year, there's, more steps to do, but it'll just be
Okay, thank you, sir.
and I could get the police to pay half, so that'd give me another 25. So anyway.
Sorry I asked.
I had to throw that in there for her. Well, I want to make this training center a combo where fire, police, everybody can use it if the need to be there, so. You got Giovanni? Well, we
Might need to sell some
$1,000 brought into
Chief
our
Linville,
play.
Chief Lynn, you might need to sell some combos to help pay for that.
But no, the 25 is nowhere, but we had to start somewhere. And that, I think our rent is 12,000 that we get, ain't it around 11,000 a year?
Yeah, just to clarify, that's pretty much a wash. That 25 is reflected, go to the second page, sorry. Oh, yes, the ambulance, hold it. Yeah, cell tower revenue that we get in was designated for that training facility. So you can see we've brought in 17,100 this year. So those pretty much wash each other out.
Anyone else have any questions? Alderman Johnson.
Chief Linville,
Yes, ma'am.
just as Chief Pullen did, can you tell us about your professional services as well?
Yeah, my professional services, there's not a whole lot left, but we do pay our ambulance billing company out of that. Plus, you know, with them, this year, I think we're right at 600,000 that we've collected. So, you know, our professional services is paying them their percentages out of that, plus our software and the professional services on that with the ambulance, because they used computerized, everything kind of comes through the hospital. So we're using the ESO software, the same thing the hospital uses for billing, and we moved the fire department to the ESO also. So all of our reporting and all goes off of that software, so that's paying for that along with that collection fee. So we pretty much, I mean, last year was 90, and we've already spent probably, we upped it a little bit in this to 110. We may could bring it down to 100, but it's probably going to hit real close to 100 this year before we get through. It may be already over. Jim's over fixing to speak. We're already overspent.
It's $15 away from $80,000. So, I mean, it is going to go up past that.
And I did stamp a bill this evening or this morning for 4,000 something to the billing company for next month's payment. So, I mean, that's where we pay them to collect. But they are doing, I feel like next year, and we went up on those rates. I did talk to Mr. Jim, but he said we'd already kind of pushed that button pretty far. But added my revenue from 600,000 because we did move it up to that last year. But I think next year will be 700,000 or plus because ambulance calls do not go down. Whew, we make a lot of them. There's 3 units that roll. I mean, not saying that it's not needed and all that, but our ambulance, we did raise those rates up, and the insurance company they're just now beginning to see that increasement hit us because it's always 3 to 4 months behind on paying.
Anyone else? Alderman Johnson.
This is a general question, maybe for Mr. Jim. We do a lot of collections around here. Are we using different agencies for these collections?
Yes, both fire and court have 2 different collection agencies.
Have we ever considered putting those in under one umbrella?
We have discussed that, but we've left it up to the department heads to go with which one they feel most comfortable. I do believe the one that we started with years ago with the fire department also does some court collection, but Ms. Tara did go with a different agency.
Just trying to see if we could save being under one, perhaps.
I will just say real quick, Ms. Johnson, so you know, the billing company that we're currently using they're just like, I don't want to say but they're in the same category because there's an ambulance billing section, and then there's the doctor's billing section and the hospital billing section, but the software communicates together. So when they get someone, they kind of can track it through that. I'm not trying to say we know everything about the person. The billing company might know, but we don't. But they are in that business. They collect a lot for hospitals, and they work real good with the insurance, so they get these payments in. And it seems like it's not us just sending out letters that hit the dead horse. It goes to the insurance companies. The insurance companies then feed the money back to the city. So our collections are a lot better. And everybody in DeSoto County ambulance service is with this same company now. So I know, as speaking at DeSoto County supervisors, Olive Branch, South Haven, Hernanda, we all use the same billing company. And the percentages are a lot better. 'Cause
We charge
a
the
lot-
same too, don't we, Chief?
Yes, all the rates kind of fell into that, and then the billing company's the one that come back and kind of push between them and everybody to kind of get those rates to be equal.
Thank you, Alderman Young.
Chief Limble, I was sitting there looking at those numbers, and there again, hopefully you can enlighten. I'm looking at the vehicle maintenance. This year, we're 14.5 overdrawn in that. What sent us up 30 grand on that? I mean, what, from 90,000 in maintenance, where, whatever, last year, now we're at 140. What drove that number up that significantly?
We've had a couple of big major repairs on some of the engines. I know Rescue One right now is in the shop for a rebuild on the motor. It's not going to come out real sweet, but we're working on that, and we had several issues on ambulances, but I hadn't had a lot of trouble with the ambulances once we finally got the other new one in service. But we still, and I took one of the ambulances and gave it to the police, so their maintenance bill would go up. So, like I said, that one ambulance, I don't know that we didn't spend more than it was worth 2 or 3 times just trying to keep it in the road. But the maintenance seems to be an issue with brakes. We've had several. We had one of the trucks that had a major deal with a whole caliper busting, and I don't know. We can't answer that question to the day why all that caliper busted out of going down the road, but it just got hot and come apart.
And Rescue One is one of those that we're going to have to replace soon, right?
Rescue One and Engine 3 both, they've had Engine 3 got rebuilt at the beginning of this year. Now we got Rescue One, and they're getting it overhauled on the motor. Yeah, both of those are in line to replace in 27, 28.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else? Chief, in this budget line here for salaries, is that showing, well, I guess it's really a Mr. Jim question. Is that showing 2,100 per individual in the fire M&S department?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
it's just-
yeah, everything you'll see tonight is reflecting a 2,100.
Yes, sir. Anyone have any other questions or comments for Chief? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right. Mr. Box. Trying to find all your paperwork up here, Mr. Box. How about a motion for a 10-minute break?
We're trying to work out a deal down there, Mayor. Get Steve to give up money.
Give one of the what?
We're trying to get money from his budget. Chief Pullen's been trying to get me to give up money ever since I started.
That sounds like her. That sounds like her. What is this one? That's a,
Good evening, Mayor.
Mr. Box, good evening to you, sir.
Concerning my budget, when I came in as the director here, one of my things that I wanted to do was try to improve on our equipment and things that we have over there at Public Works. I did submit for a street sweeper or a leaf tractor truck.
Yes, sir.
I do feel that's something that the city is needing. We have a lot of problem with, there's a lot of trees in the city. And there's a lot of leaves that are on the curb and ground during fall season. And and something to be able to go down these streets and have a man operating a piece of equipment, cleaning curbs and gutters is just something that I feel is needed. But I understand our budget constraints, so it was pulled away from my ask for this year. I have asked for, in my street department budget here, to increase on the professional service line, for reason for the grass contract that we have, and just to add, I'd love to have 100,000 added to that, just strictly for storm drain repairs throughout the city of Horn Lake. We just have a multitude of storm drainage hole issues throughout the city. And I'd like to be able to have that number there with something to work with, that I know what I have to spend on storm drainage repair, to give me more an accurate idea of how I need to do this as getting them repaired. So that's why I've asked for that. And that's why that professional service line has gone up from 86,000 to 327,000 on there, because that does include the grass contract. I did add a 3% increase to the grass contract. They haven't said that they're increasing their contract price or anything, but I just threw that in there just in case they do. I haven't heard anything from them on that. Now, I am confused about one item there, and Jim, you may be able to help me on that, but that street traffic lighting at 424, because
Yes.
when I first submitted, I just increased up to 280.
Yes. If you all remember at the last discussion, I had shared with you that had to change because of what the board had approved for the signalization at Nell Road and Interstate Boulevard. Vince brought that to you all, and that you all approved that, and majority of that work is going to go into next year. So that amount is reflected there to get that signalization done. And Mr. Vince has spoken on that, and you all have approved that, and they're already working on that information.
Anybody else have any questions for Mr. Steve? Alderman Young.
Mr. Box,
Yes, sir.
two things glaring up there. One, how many people you got working in Public Works now?
I have, strictly for street department workers, I have 7 street and 4 open positions.
The 4 open positions are in this budget I'm looking at up here?
Yes.
Okay. The next one was your fuel cost. You dropped it, what, 20, was it 20 grand?
Let me see.
Yeah. Is that workable?
Well, where are we at? Fuel cost, fuel. I mean, we are being very budget friendly with fuel here lately on that, so I can see why. I mean, we're at year-to-date actual 29. Well, that's 10,000 more to go. So. Wait a minute.
I didn't want to see you siphoning some out of police cars out here.
No, we're at, let's see, 62.
I'm just asking an obvious question, 20 grand, I'm just.
I will mention something if I can jump in there.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, just to add to what was just mentioned, Mr. Stephen did have 7 positions open. The reason that salary line dropped is we took away 3 of those open positions. He still does have 4 open positions because, as you know, we've gone with a grass cutting contractor that's doing part of our grass cutting. We're still doing some of it. So we're trying to balance that mix with some of the grass getting cut by another company, which also reflects the fuel and oil. We're trying to anticipate that we won't spend as much on gas because this other company that is in the professional services will be spending their gas.
Anyone else have a question for Mr. Box? Alderman Johnson?
Mr. Box, what is your rental equipment?
Yeah, I see that. That line hasn't been used. It's just an in case we need something to rent, any kind of,
You've
ditch
rented
witch,
pumps.
Yeah, rent some pumps, or, of course, most of the pumps we're renting that would be in the utility line side of it, but it's just there in case we have to rent something, and we haven't really had to rent anything, so that's why it's still like that.
Anybody else? Well, Mr. Steve,
Yes,
you got down here vehicles, 335,000.
Yes, that was.
Which one of those is it for?
That was for, that was the number I was given by a street sweeper dealer to, how much it would probably need to budget for if we was going to try to purchase one.
So you're saying if the board took it out?
Well, we discussed it with Jim, and it was nixed for reasons of our budgetary.
Sir?
Reason for, because we're shy. We took that out. It would increase us way up.
Well, the thing I got is still in here, and it's,
You all have in your board packets what their original request was. When we were over $1 million at a loss, I took out everybody's vehicles, that one, police, fire.
I see it now. I was on the wrong sheet. Thank you.
Yeah, and, we went back to the 2,100, so.
I had a question, Mayor.
Yes, sir, Alderman Klein.
So, Steve, I think in your report, you had mentioned that you wanted to replace some vehicles that were in accidents or whatever. And my question to that, would our insurance cover that, or?
You can speak to that, Jim, if you want.
Well, the board will see next board meeting, we will have 2 trucks for those replacements that have been damaged. So we already have been negotiating with Landers. You saw the police department on there. But there will be 2 trucks that we're replacing those wrecked trucks next board meeting. So we're trying to get those ordered this budget year so we don't have to purchase those next year.
Anybody else? Mr. Steve, you have anything else you want to say to the board?
No, I'm good, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Do you want him to speak on the utility department?
Might as well. Go ahead, sir.
Utility department is, I think we are, let's see, what did I got here? I did ask for in the professional service, let's see. Yeah, professional services, I did ask for, in that line, to have 100,000 of that, budgetary line to be dedicated to water line replacements. Our infrastructure is kind of deteriorating. It's 50 years old. We have a lot of lines that are, water lines that are falling apart daily. If you drive through the subdivision, you'll see leaks in there. And so I've asked for, in that, line there to be able to have 100,000 of that dedicated to the water line replacements throughout the year here in the city. And then also down in the sewer maintenance expense there to 100,000 just for sewer line repair. We have a lot of inflow caused holes by sewer lines that we need to also have repaired, so I've asked for that money as well. And then you can see, honestly, I've asked for the trucks, but we're taking care of that. But is there any questions or anything else?
Anybody? Anybody have, Alderman Young?
Mr. Box,
Yes, sir.
I'm looking up here, it says vehicles, number $60,000. What is that for in the water department?
Well, that's what we had put in for new trucks, but since we're gonna try to get those in this budget, that shouldn't be there.
All right, that's the trucks that you were talking about, Mr. Robinson, coming up on the next agenda?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you, Mr. Steve.
Thank you, sir.
Y'all want to take about a 10-minute break and stand up, stretch your legs? Y'all excuse me, I'm getting out of this coat. It's hot in here. Everybody ready? All right, we're back. Mr. Drew, you're up.
All right, how y'all doing tonight?
Would you please give us your name and address in case it's the last time we need it?
Yes, sir. My name is Drew Coleman. All right, good evening, Mayor and Board of Aldermen. I come before you today to speak on the Parks budget for year 2025. The Parks budget for 2025 will see a small increase from last year in a couple of areas. I am asking to increase in wages and salaries, utilities, and equipment maintenance. I will go over each one with you this evening. First, I want to say that this has been a great year for improvements in the park. We have done some amazing things with the approval of the mayor and this board. The first ever fitness court was installed. The parking lots were recoated and restriped. The main roadway at Latimer was completely repaved. Latimer Park got a brand new playground and a fence installed. The playground will also have a new shelter with picnic tables and shade. We added 2 new playgrounds to Choctaw and Churchwood Park with benches. Added a new pond fountain. Repainted the boardwalk at the main pavilion. We added 2 new skate park features. We added a beautiful LED entrance sign and was approved to have the first ever all ADA accessible playground installed near the tennis courts. Our athletics program has done well this year. We had a total of 1,065 children come through our sports programs this year. We had 2 seasons of basketball, both winter and summer. We had a spring Dizzy Dean Baseball League, and we had a fall football league. We were able to host a USSSA baseball tournament, and we hosted a Dizzy Dean State tournament in the 10U division. Our events in the park continue to get bigger and better each year. The Parks Department hosts the Easter event, summer events, which include movies in the park, Wet and Wild Wednesdays over at the library, and Field Day Fridays, assisted by the library. We also host the Halloween Spooktacular every year, and we help with the Christmas parade and the tree lighting ceremony. The first part of the budget I want to discuss is the wages and salaries. I have requested a $2,100 raise for every employee in the department except for 2, the Assistant Parks Director and the Athletic Coordinator, which I will cover in a moment. As most of you in this building can attest, the inflation problem in this country is real. This is not a media talking point. I have witnessed this firsthand in my own family. Groceries used to be $150 and would last a week. Now they cost almost $400. You get less amounts and it lasts you half the week. A chicken sandwich meal at your local fast food restaurant cost almost $16. If everyone in my family got that same meal, it cost almost $100 for one meal. Everything is expensive now. My family spent over $500 in school supplies just a couple weeks ago. I say this because I know that the other employees in the Parks Department are going through the same thing right now. I see these employees every day, and I know that they work extremely hard for the city of Horn Lake and the residents that live here. They work out in the extreme heat and cold, but this is not some random job for them. It's their career, and they love what they do. I am respectfully requesting the board to approve the $2,100 raise for the employees at the Parks Department. Now for the raise of the Assistant Parks Director and Athletic Coordinator. I am requesting that my Assistant Parks Director be moved up to $28.37 an hour and kept on salary. My Assistant Parks Director plays a vital role in the operation of the department. She is in charge of all the events that take place in the park, along with helping out on the athletic side and filling any other responsibilities that I need assistance with. She works a lot of hours, being as we only have 4 staff members in the administration side. It takes a lot of hours to plan and coordinate these massive events, along with helping out with sports. She has to work during the day, sometimes at night, and a lot of weekends throughout the year. Sometimes planning for these events takes months, and so I am requesting that the Assistant Parks Director remain on salary, not an hourly employee. I am requesting that my Athletic Coordinator be moved up to $22.05 an hour. His job is also vital to the operation of the Parks Department. He coordinates all athletic sporting events that come through the park. He works late evenings during ball season and often on the weekends. He is responsible for working any tournaments that come through the park, which might be an entire weekend, starting on Friday nights and ending late Sunday evenings. Many of our sports programs are on Saturdays, such as the baseball jamboree, basketball games in the winter and summer. and football games during the fall. He helps maintain the baseball and football fields, checking them for problems and giving advice if there needs to be improvements. He coordinates with coaches and umpires, helps set schedules, goes over all the rules, and takes complaints if any come up. He assists with drafts and assigns teams along with the assistant parks director. He comes up with tournament dates and is trying to explore new sports programs that would give our city a competitive edge. Both of these employees go above and beyond when it comes to working with the community here in Horn Lake. They are active in the schools trying to get youth into the sporting programs and provide activities for them during the summer months. Just last week, they were over at the intermediate school 2 days of the week. They try to help our youth learn sportsmanship, leadership, and to be team players. This is a list of where the other cities are compared to our current Assistant Parks Director and Athletic Coordinator. South Haven Assistant Parks Director makes $70,136. Olive Branch makes $76,273. Hernando doesn't have one. The South Haven Athletic Director makes $70,441. Olive Branch Athletic Director makes $53,622, and Hernando is at $43,264. Our Assistant Parks Director is currently at $46,864, and our coordinator is at $37,481. Just a side note for stats, the Parks Director for South Haven, he makes $105,000, Olive Branch is at $94,000, and Hernando is at $70,304. I'm not asking to take over these other cities, but I need to have those positions pushed up in the area in order to maintain staffing. I have an excellent staff at the Parks Department, and we are working extremely hard to help the city of Horn Lake and the residents that live here. I am respectfully requesting the board to approve my budget that I provided. It's slightly different from that one. To approve my budget that I provided with the appropriate raises already included. I am also willing to reduce certain line items in the budget to make these raises possible. Finally, the other items that I raised up from last year are the utilities line and the equipment's maintenance line. I increased utilities by $5,000 due to inflation, and the equipment maintenance line by $2,000 because it is vital to keep equipment up and running at all times to prevent problems in the park. So, thank you very much.
Oh, yes, sir. Anyone have any questions for Mr. Drew?
Mayor,
Alderman Young.
a couple of things I look at. Where did it go? Building rental. No, back up. Building. What building do we rent for 20 grand?
We put that in there for the DeSoto County gyms, the school gyms.
Okay, and we've spent $3,500 this year.
We will have another for the summer league. We just now got that bill. So it'll probably be around that same amount.
All right, so
Right now, it's at
let's say
6,200.
8,000. Sir,
Right now, it's at 6,200 year-to-date.
I didn't hear what he said. Okay. Looks like we could trim a little bit right there, maybe. I got you, understand that. Do you believe that, and I mean, the park has come a long way. That's really been a big target, you know, of what we need to do. I mean, you were spot on. We need to do more. Do you see in the near future where we could increase the number of ball games or revenue that can come in? Because those ball fields sit there and we just cut grass. Can we get somebody to run around? I mean, what is the plan to add more games and more productivity to those grass fields?
Thank you for the question, Alderman. I do believe that if we were to invest in the park as far as turf fields, I do believe the attendance will go up because I believe that we can get softball. We can get girls softball as well as I think we can get more tournaments.
All right. We have that money available. Do you have the bids on what it would take to put the girls' softball fields into artificial turf on the infield?
I have not made a move on that yet, Alderman, because we still need to go through the design phase. It would have to be approved. We need an engineer and everything to design it.
We could start though, right? Well, apparently we need to make some more revenue in the Parks Department so we can invest more in the Parks Department. Right, that would be, yeah. But I mean, everything, I mean, That's $2,100 across the board, other than the 2845 or whatever you're talking about?
Other than the 2 employees that I mentioned.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Alderman Bledsoe?
One thing about softball field at Public Works, there's a big set of plans there that's already got the softball fields laid out, the sizes and everything that we were gonna do at one time, but we run out of money. So anyway, I think you still got it over there.
Do you, Mr. Box?
You talking about like a set of plans for it? It may be. I got a lot of plans over there. We'd have to dig around and look for it, but it's probably there somewhere.
I've got those, Alderman. I've got the plans. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Anyway, it's got softball fields, everything laid out.
Yep.
And we just happen to run out of money.
When you're talking about Miss Leslie, she does an outstanding job. She's gonna be salaried, correct?
Yes, sir. She'll be salary.
Mr. Jim, how much is she salaried now?
Well, the figure you see here reflects her getting a larger jump because of the federal mandate where
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
certain salaried employees have to go up to a certain amount. It's actually $58,565. So she's just going to be shy of the $59,000. So she is getting a lot larger increase than $2,100, but that has to be because of the federal salary mandate. So everyone else in this figure is at $2,100, except Miss Leslie. She gets a larger amount, and we're required to do that.
Alderman Bostic?
Yeah, I was just curious, as we were going over all these budgets with each department, I know I had a conversation with you, Jim. Does that include the $2,100 that you've got up there for each employee, for employees that were just hired? Because we were talking about nobody got a raise within the last 6 months, if they've been promoted or they've just been hired.
Yes. And
Have
again,
all those adjustments been made on the top line with these departments?
it has. Miss AJ does a great job. Anybody that has had an increase within the last 6 months, there are several that the $2,100 doesn't take into effect until their anniversary date. So we did that last year, and those are reflected in the whole city departments, whichever ones falls in those departments.
I had one more question.
Yes, Alderman.
How long has your tournament director been in his position?
This will be his 3rd year.
Be his 3rd year?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool.
Alderman Guys?
You mentioned that you were willing to make changes within these other line items to get those raises. Where were you looking at doing that from?
So it's about an $8,000 difference, maybe $8,300. So I would just pull that from the building improvements. I would just drop that down and then raise it back up, put it to wages.
Thank you.
Alderman Bledsoe?
Jim, on the $2,100 we're gonna give everybody, if they haven't been here a year, do they get the $2,100 too? Or if they've been here 2 days, do you get $2,100?
Alderman Bostic just asked that, and it goes on a 6-month.
6 months.
Yeah.
It took me a year to get my first raise.
Anybody else have any questions? Oh, Alderman Johnson?
You mentioned that you want Miss Leslie to go to salary. Mr. Jim, in addition to her going to salary, what other changes would that mean for our monetary amounts?
Well, this figure is based on her going salary. That was put in there, and the federal mandate is $58,565. So She is almost at the 59,000 that was requested.
Additionally, will there be PERS and any other thing, any other benefits that would increase because she's going to salary?
Oh, yes, that's why you see those lines highlighted in green. All those increased because of the salaries going up. But you know, there are a few people in the same situation as Miss Leslie that, you know, they're mandated to go up to that. So again, this figure does include her going salary and a larger increase, and then everybody else at 2,100.
All right, Alderman Bledsoe.
Drew, you know about what you made off each tournament? Profit.
We just broke even on the USSSA, the Dizzy Dean, probably about the same. I don't have an exact figure today, Alderman.
10,000 million.
Anyone else have any questions for Mr. Coleman? All right, Mr. Coleman, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Glenn, good evening, sir. Wait, Mr. Vance, I'm sorry. Mr. Vance. Are you still there?
I'm here, Mayor.
All right, thank you. I couldn't see your head.
Yeah, I'll just add that, or I can give you some information on some projects we got here real quick. We, as you know, we had our pre-construction conference on the water service line project, and with the contractor is planning on being on site August the 12th, so that project will get started up. Next week, we're planning on advertising the first contract to the street project. So that should be coming up online pretty quick as far as getting somebody going. We really wanted to get those service lines done before we did the street project, so it's timing pretty good, it looks like. So also, I want to let you know that on the Holly Hills water treatment plant, the one we had to reject because we only got that one bid and it was over the budget amount, we're going to re-advertise that also, and with a new budget. Therefore, hopefully we'll have that one ongoing and in construction pretty soon. I would say that the remaining ARPA projects that we have coming up, we anticipate having all those, you know, within the deadline of December the 31st, having them obligated. So we're all on track for those to get obligated. That's all I had, Mayor.
Anyone have any questions for Mr. Vance? I know you got a lot of projects coming up in RCS, hadn't you? EWP?
Yes, sir, we do. We had.
That's 6, isn't it? Somewhere
There's
along
about,
there.
that's correct. There's about, I think there's 8.
8.
Yeah, there's almost $1 million worth of EWP projects coming online.
Well, thank you for working so hard to get us that, because some of those, we'll have to pay 25 or 20% of it, don't we?
Yes, sir. Unfortunately, like I was telling you, that this year has been really unusual as far as EWP. This is the first time I've ever seen a 100% grant, but that $1 million is a 100% grant. So use it wisely is what we say.
Okay. Anybody have any questions, Mr. Vance? Alderman Dupree.
The new water lines you're putting down on Nell Road, what is that replacing as far as size-wise? What's in there now, and what is that replacing?
The Holly Hills.
No, on Nell Road, Twin Lakes.
What do you mean, what's it replaced? The one we just did, the one we just finished?
No, it's actually going on now.
Oh, you're talking about the water system?
Right.
Okay, I'm sorry, I thought you meant the treatment plant.
Oh, no.
Okay, the water system, we are bringing a 12-inch line from that subdivision, what's the name of that subdivision?
Cole's Place.
Cole Place, yes. West to 301, and then it's going to turn and go south on 301. And we will tie into the tank out there, and that'll be, we're replacing an 8-inch and putting in 8-inch down 301 to replace 4-inch. So we're just upsizing the lines, give you a whole lot better water pressure and flow out there, which was a problem.
Been needing that a long time.
Yep.
Thank you for that. That's all I have.
Anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Mintz. Now, Mr. Glenn, how are you, sir?
I'm hanging in here. How are you, Mayor?
Fine, thank you, sir.
All right. You will not believe this, but when we stepped out, all of my work just disappeared off my laptop. But I think I have it all committed to memory anyway. So one thing that I just wanted to point out, just for the board to kind of understand, I know that these numbers have never kind of hit you before. We weren't able to put these kind of stats together, but we've increased our open hours to about 41 hours a week, and that is just for adoptions. When we put together our stray appointment hours, that brings in another 30 hours, and then there are surrender appointment hours, which brings another 16 hours. So collectively, you're looking at services that equal weekly at about maybe 100 hours of just services that we're providing to the community. The reason why that's so important is so that you know exactly what's happening. It takes 15 minutes to clean every animal, so that is going to equal 40 hours, 40 man hours a week. That equals 3 employees, basically. And that is just for cleaning. So when you add these other services together, that is going to outline what our complement should look like. So 40 hours for just the employees to clean the kennels, and then there are all the visitors that come into the shelter, which is going to average about 35 a week. And then there are the calls that we take in that average about 40 to 50 a week. Overnight calls go to about maybe 5 to 10 a week. So we have a 24/7 operation that requires a lot of services, a lot of man hours. I think that you did great by allowing us to get one more staff member. I can see in the immediate future us maybe needing one more person to do administrative duties, because as I just outlined for you, 40 hours to clean just the kennels does not include going on calls. It does not even include cleaning behind the cats. It does not include taking phone calls. It doesn't include anything else but just cleaning kennels. So just keep that in mind. Other than that, we are really happy with what we have for our budget. We're not really trying to ask for a lot. I think that everything that we have here will allow us to get the things that we need. Things like color printers. We need that for our investigations. I have put in some information prior to this meeting about needing radios. And I do want to point out that we do have our officers are going out there, and it is hazardous for us. And so having an open line of communication is absolutely necessary. I love that code enforcement has it. I see that Public Works has it. Folks, we're getting calls that people are being attacked by dogs. So it really behooves us not to have an open line of communication where we can talk to one another. So I have even come up with a way to get those radios by not getting the same things that code enforcement and Public Works got, which are really expensive. I would love to get my staff maybe Nextels that have two-way radios. It's a cheaper purchase. It allows us to have coverage all over the city, and it gives the officers a straightforward, direct line of communication between their defendants, their citizens, or whomever they're working with. So we kind of get a lot of bang for one buck. You get a phone that they can give a phone number out to and not use their personal devices that could be taken into court as evidence if they use those devices to take pictures and such. You get that, and you also get the two-way radio that allows us to communicate with one another. So something like that, I think that we could fit in our budget. We still have a little bit of money left that we'd be able to use for that stuff. Like I said, just some minor upgrades with the printer. And last but not least, the biggest thing that I really would like to get us is a van. We need a cargo van. Transporting animals is something that is going to start happening. We're already doing it in small spurts, but it is going to grow. I also want the board to consider the potential that the animal shelter has to bring in passive income. From what I'm understanding, before I was employed with you, there was an amount that was expected to come into the animal shelter, which was very low in comparison to what was presented to me after I came on the board. We have reached that point, we've reached that amount, and we've in fact surpassed it, and we still have time to go. So we're going to bring in even more money than what was projected for us. There are a lot of opportunities to bring in income for us. With the community service that we're offering, we could actually purchase rabies tags and be the entity that gives them out to all of the clinics here. We pay a certain amount for them, and they pay even higher to get those from us to give to their clients, whom they charge more money for. So there are a lot of opportunities here that we can just get involved in that will help us bring more money in for the city. Last but not least, like I said, my team, they deal with a lot of hazards, a lot of climbing into things, underneath things, working at night. We're 24/7. I think that the board should really consider the pay wages for my officers overall. I think it really needs to be recalibrated to reflect that when we go home, when my officers go home at night, somebody has a phone with them, and they're not able to relax. They're going to sit there, they're going to wait by that phone, and they're going to jump to attention when that phone rings, as it will be the police department calling us and letting us know that we are needed, and we do go out there and we take care of things. And so I think that we should be considered when we're looking at our pay salary for our officers. That should be considered when we think about how much they should be paid. I definitely gracefully accept the $2,100 increase that we're getting for raises. I think that is absolutely amazing for them because they deserve that. But we definitely we need to consider that they are working in hazardous conditions all the time. And the animal shelter is no stranger to those hazardous conditions and the injury that can be caused working in those conditions. So I just think that should be considered when we're thinking about the raises that we're giving to my folks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Glenn? Alderman Geis.
And when I'm looking at the budget here, under professional services, it showed it was $74,000 last year, and they've clearly gone over that amount to $92,207. Was most of that temp workers? And I would assume some vet.
Yeah, there is a lot more care for the animals in that, and the temp services are also in that. The actual year to date is 112,000. Sorry, 118,338. So it's gone over that also. So there's that 40,000 that Chief gave up over there.
Thanks, Chief.
Well, if we've got to assess how much of that was temp because the board voted to allow him to hire another person, which we would not be using the temp services. But we did keep that up a little bit higher. You can see it went from 74,000 to 95 because of how many animal intakes we're having, and when we have an intake of so many animals, we get them fixed and all the shots and everything. I will give a shout out to Mr. Glenn. He talked about the revenue. If you go back to the revenue page for animal revenue, it's at $10,000. I've left it at $10,000 because the past 6 years, we've never come close to that. I've been here 9.5, and I just refuse to drop it down past 10,000. And but a shout out to Mr. Glenn and his staff. Year to date, it's 12,619. So we could we could potentially bump that up, because I know Mr. Glenn is doing a much better job than the past 6 years, that just looking at the forecasting of going back and looking at all these line items and numbers.
Yes, sir. I was just wondering about the that line item, because we had put that new position in to replace that.
Yes, that 292,500 does add another position, and that will put them into the next year's budget. I was asked by several aldermen, you know, how is this budget going to be affected? You know, we are anticipating opening the new animal shelter next June, maybe. Their timeline is to be finished in May, depending on, we kind of had a setback with some of the groundwork. They're actually going to have to dig out a lot and refill, so we've been set back several weeks. So we're probably looking at June, July, and so we'll be operating half the year in the new animal shelter, and you know, some of these expenses, for instance, utilities, may go up because you're going to close to a 12,000 square foot facility that's, you know, got to heat and cool a lot more. So this one's going to be a kind of shot in the dark because we don't know what it's going to be like. I will put a heads up. We are at some point, I would say the 2026 budget, there's going to be a need for 2 new vehicles. We've been lucky in years past, the police, when they have confiscated vehicles, if there's a good truck or something like that, you remember Chief gave Parks a truck here in the last few months and Animal Control a truck. So we've been lucky, but I would anticipate 2026 we have 2 new vehicles on that line item.
Anybody else? Well, Mr. Glenn, you certainly do a good job. Really good. When
Thank you,
be on
sir.
television again?
We were actually on during the Olympics. While WMC was featuring the Olympics, they showcased our animals. But I do believe that we're going to be on at the end of this month for a segment.
Well, thank you for getting all the publicity for us down there. Thank you very, very much.
Mayor?
And if anybody wants to wonder about that 95,000 on the claims docket, look at some of those vet bills. It'll be over $1,000. Mr. Jim?
Yeah, I should have mentioned that salary line does reflect, this is another situation where Sonia is going salary, and it does reflect 2,100 for everybody else, but Sonia is one of those that's salary, and the federal mandate requires that to be a larger increase.
Thank you for all you're doing, Miss Sonia. If anybody hasn't met Miss Sonia, there she is right back there in the back. And thank y'all for being open more for the citizens to come in there and get some adoptions. I really appreciate it. Anybody have any questions, Mr. Glenn? All right, Mr. Andrew.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So mine is probably going to be a little confusing without mentioning what we're doing with code enforcement. I know there's a lot of drastic changes here, and it would really only make sense with matching this up with where code enforcement line item machinery, travel and training, fuel and oil, uniforms, vehicle maintenance. Some of these things are taken out to give to code enforcement. I guess everyone's aware that code enforcement is splitting apart from the planning department, and it will be its own department. So that's why the salaries and wages category is drastically cut, as well as all the other employee-related ones. As far as the planning department goes, I'm not proposing any changes to, I'm not adding anything that we are requiring in the planning department. I know there are certain things that have come up, such as we've been out of a scanner for, I guess, some years now. We've, in past years, been requesting one, but I guess this year, we've been just scraping by with requesting developers to scan items. I've been going to Office Depot to scan plats. We can cut on that one. All I'm asking for is the $2,100 increase for my employees. And we already have the planner one position, and I am going to fill that next board meeting. I've done an interview already, and I have somebody accepting that position. And so that position will be filled. We're happy with the amount of pay for those positions. And we're not going to request anything extra as far as equipment, office supplies, machinery. That's all I've got. If anyone has any questions.
Anybody have any questions? Anybody have any questions for Mr. Andrew? That machine he's talking about, sometimes they have to take their plats and all straight down to Hernando, whereas now, if he had that machine, he could just scan it and shoot it on down there. How much is that machine?
Now, a lot of them, they just go by, a lot of them, you got to rent them. I think we got lucky last time buying one. I think we may have just purchased an old one somewhere. But when we were looking for replacement parts for it, it was actually so old that they didn't even make those machines anymore, and it would have cost more to find some replacement parts out of some old warehouse far away. And so it was just junk anyway, so we tossed that out. And we've been without one for a while, but we can still make do without one and keep doing what we're doing.
Well, I know when you were talking to Mr. Jim, you talking about maybe leasing one. Mr. Jim?
Yes. In months past, we have leases with R.J. Young, and I did talk to R.J. Young, and they do have the capability of leasing this, and it would fall under that professional services, the $120,000 left in there as a lease, just like our other copiers are anywhere from $23 a month to $47 a month. And not owning a technical piece of equipment like that is a good thing, because they come in, they do performance cleanings, and all of the toner and everything, like with our copiers, is all covered in that lease. So we should be able to handle that with that $120,000 that we're leaving in there, because that professional services in planning, the $159,200, that was also for code also. And I left a majority of that in planning because they have a lot more technical things that they have to go through. And that would cover that lease for that new equipment.
Thank you, sir. And that, in case it breaks, they fix it?
Yeah, they fix it as long as it's under contract, yes.
Anybody have any questions? Alderman Dupree?
The leasing of it, it's only $20 to $40, you said?
Well, I just gave the example what of our copiers, our color copiers are. This would be more than that because of the size of this machine. I mean, it's a rather large machine that you can scan a whole plat that is about 3 feet wide, so.
Why can't we go ahead and get it? if it's gonna be under the professional services anyway.
We can. We just kind of discussed this this week, but you can see they've spent $92,594. I mean, we could start that, contact RJ Young, and since we have contracts with them already, we could start that process now, and it would not affect our budget that much since we only have a couple more months left.
Mr. Mayor, if it's,
All right,
would
anybody
you say
else?
go ahead and do it, or
Well,
we do that?
you want to wait till the next meeting, since we're right in the middle of the budget talk right now, if you don't mind?
No, I was just,
Be all right
thing
with
to help them
everybody?
out.
Anybody got any questions, Mr. Andrew? All right. I guess the next one will be the Wizard of Oz back there. Evening, Mr. Daniel.
Oh, sorry.
How are you, sir? I'm well. Good, sir.
I'm appreciative to be able to speak to you guys tonight. This is the first year that we're actually breaking out an IT budget, and I'll go into a little bit more detail on why. But a good example, I think, is you've heard everyone around the table speak about their IT needs. In the past, everybody was siloed in their efforts of what they were trying to do with IT, be it from chief going out and looking at her body cams and the DWI software and the computers and stuff like that, the fire department and the ESO and it not interfacing over, which we now have happening. Animal control, we've tripled their footprint in the last 4 months with IT services. Consolidating radios, which we got for parks, consolidating camera systems so everybody's not on separate camera systems. Meeting requests like with Andrew, that was the first I'd heard about that today, but that's definitely something that we can get a quote on from RJ Young. And that's really where IT is. We are trying to, one, consolidate everybody's IT efforts so we're not researching and developing different paths for everybody's want in technology. By doing that, we also can put the brakes on some projects that might be far-fetched or that will not interface with other products like our financial systems that we're looking at. We can also put the brakes on things that are not going to fit the security footprint, which is a huge piece. And that's really why we're breaking out the IT budget. When I got here till today, we have gone from, I think we had 2 servers that were under warranty out of 16. So the risk that we had in IT was extreme. We felt that a little bit with the CAD server when it went out this last year, but we had prepared and we're in the process of moving that out. Now we have 2 servers that are left that are not under warranty by the manufacturers, that are on software packages that are no longer supported, where before it was everywhere from every workstation and whatnot. So with the IT budget, it's right now we don't really have a good number because everything has been spread out. The services we're trying to pull in and get a better number to report to everybody is what I hope to gain over the next year by pulling in some of the efforts of outside spending for IT that was just kind of like what Glenn was saying. He saw some Nextels or walkie-talkies that he was going to get, and we're working on getting him on the central system, but the budgeting and all didn't lay that out in time. And that's what I want to just maintain with this budget, is to make sure that we understand that from when I got here to today, we have made drastic improvement. We're not where we really need to be from a security posture, but we're getting that much closer. Every day there's something else that changes in the security environment of IT. that we're trying to address, but we have to be able to backdate and backfill applications that are no longer supported by the vendors, by Microsoft, by, other entities out there. So on this budget, the blue item up there on the wages and salaries, that was a good example of, we almost lost my help because of another job offer. So we've moved him into a salary position, which helps me because I could never put him on overtime really, or have him do extended on calls because he was hourly. Things like that. With the IT department, being as small as it is, become more critical. I don't have as many backstops. I don't have server engineers. I don't have network engineers. I don't have multiple technicians to run out. We're supporting the voice phones. We're supporting every piece of IT equipment almost that is out there that we can touch. The very few things we don't support, we're trying to get access to those and support. So over the next year, we do intend on working with the grant company and maybe being able to pull some of this cost that we have from all departments into a more unified goal for securing the city, from everything from license plate readers for the parks, which also helps the police department, fire department. We just got door access now on all the fire facilities, which helps us there using a single badge reader system throughout the city, which we're going to roll that out even more places as well. So that's really all I've got. I'm willing to answer any questions. Like I said, this is some numbers that Jim came up with and gave me. I haven't been able to compare them against true services cost for what our yearly antivirus cost or support software or other key service packages that we're providing through IT solely right now.
You're doing a heck of a job. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Long hours, too. I appreciate that. Anyone have any questions, comments? Alderman Young.
Can you just get my string replaced on my cell phone? I pull it tight, but it broke.
Well, we have a new Dixie cup for you. It's a red Solo. I hope
I
that
knew you had an answer.
it's an upgrade.
Hey, I knew you had an answer.
Does anyone else want to take a chance on asking him anything? Well, Mr. Daniel, we do thank you.
Thank you, and thank you guys for all your support over the last 2 years. And
It's been 2 years already?
it's been over 2.5.
Really?
Yep, I'm coming up on, next April will be 3. Yep.
Good gosh.
So enjoy the efforts.
Well, thank you.
Thank you for bringing us up to date.
Oh, yeah, it just makes a lot better for all our citizens to sit out there and see.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. I hope you don't.
I'm not running off.
I was hoping that someday you don't put in a picture or something in there. Like your dog or something. All right. Miss Belinda. This is going to be Mr. Jim.
Well, I didn't ask Miss Belinda to present anything, but she can if she would like to. This is, the 2025 budget that I've got up there you all have had, but we haven't, Miss Belinda's been in her supervisor position for a few weeks, but didn't want to throw her to the fire just as yet. So I will share that, the board voted to split out code enforcement. This does reflect those salaries that would be pulled out that were in the planning, and does have the code officers. They are looking at hiring another code officer. This reflects bringing all of those in there. And again, this is kind of being a new department, what we kind of anticipate that they may have in expenses. You know, they are going to have these line items, we know, because you know, they were utilizing these as of right now, and you know, they will have professional services. They will have fuel and oil, because they're you probably noticed planning's fuel and oil dropped quite a bit, because majority of that fuel and oil was over in the planning department, because they're out driving throughout the city all day long, and on the weekends. They have a rotating shift where they are out on the weekends. So, but the larger items are professional services and fuel and oil. Their vehicle maintenance is not that much. Those are relatively new vehicles that were ordered when they were under the police department. Those Ford Mavericks are very economical. They're 4 cylinders, and we haven't had any maintenance issues besides just changing the oil and filter. You know, as we get more miles on them, we'll probably have to look at tires, but they have been a great asset to have. But if Miss Belinda does want to speak, she can. Okay, she's waving at me. But this does reflect their department being out on their own.
Did Miss Belinda want to speak? No. No. Everybody knows Miss Belinda, don't they? Everybody knows her. All right then. Well,
And
so every weekend you're gonna have somebody out working? And this budget here, this 292, that reflects the person you're wanting to hire? Does that?
Sorry, I misspoke. It actually has several open. It's got 2 entry-level code enforcement besides Brandon, Stephen, and Miss Belinda. And it has an open code enforcement 3. They've got 2 entry level, then they've got a code enforcement 1, code enforcement 2, and code enforcement 3. As they increase on their responsibility, they do have step positions like many other departments have. So there's a total of 3 positions available. Code enforcement 3, which is the last step up, and then 2 entry level. So we will have, and I also, that's a part-time position, which Mr. Henry came back. We did talk to him, and you probably noticed the long list on the resolution. Mr. Henry's been back with us and doing a great job. So that part-time position is still there. So we will have a total of 7 staff in the planning or the code department.
Good. So this wages and salaries, that reflects all of them?
Correct, it does.
When those positions get
7
filled?
total,
Okay.
6 full-time and 1 part-time.
All right. Does anyone have any questions for Miss Belinda or for Mr. Jim? All right. Well, Mr. Jim, it's down to you, sir.
All right, sorry.
No, 901, which one are you gonna do?
I'll go back up to finance. This does reflect 2,100 for the staff. You will see a large increase, a decrease in this budget because we took IT out of this department. Some of IT's expenses were also in 901, so you know, the salary portions and some of the professional services might have been in here, but majority of theirs was just salaries and benefits that came out of here, and then some of their expenses came out of 901. But this does just reflect 2,100 for the remaining staff. So I don't know if you have any questions on that.
Anybody have any questions on the finance? 145? All right. Jim.
The legislative, which are you sitting up here, I have left in there, and I hate to say it, because Mr. Mike and Mr. Tommy are maxed out on what they can get, but this does reflect a 4% increase for you, with the low amount that the alderman, that's not what people would think would be, but that raises it $5,000. It's basically $1,000 for each remaining alderman. Well, not quite 1,000, but.
So you're saying the alderman did not get a $2,100 raise? They got a $1,000 raise?
Correct.
Thank you, sir.
And again, this is the mayor's department, the executive department. This does include a 2,100 raise. And the only other really thing that changed was workman's comp went up a little bit, but everything is in green reflects, the increases in state retirement, FICA, and those items for the 2,100.
So I make it clear, I didn't get a raise, which is fine.
As of right now, that is in there.
Take it out, please, sir, if you would. If you would.
Let me go down to 901. 901 department, we went over this last time. Some of those did increase, just reflecting where we are year to date. Some of those increases were going up. We did drop some of the fuel and oil because some of that went to the IT department. You'll see year to date, some of those again changed because what we have spent already. Go down to machinery and equipment. That's a large drop because that went to the IT department. I will mention, I mentioned earlier that insurance premium line right now is at $560. We'll know tomorrow. We're kind of hearing that that's going to go above that, so I don't want to bring bad news right now, but we will have that insurance meeting tomorrow afternoon. The sanitation line item, we always anticipate an increase in our sanitation contract, just based on the CPI, so that is reflecting an increase there. You'll see an increase in this NRCS, USDA, EWP projects, kind of throw them all in there together. In meeting with Vince and all the projects that we have, that's what we're anticipating, all of those projects costing. Again, we have $3.2 million projected in the street maintenance project to spend that next year. And Mr. Vince, keeps bringing each phase to us, and as quickly as we can get through one phase, we'll get to another. So, and again, we went over these. A lot of these were meeting with Mr. Vince. We're anticipating our portion, if we do extend Nail Road, $250,000, and then the Horn Lake Sidewalk project that's already been approved will be spending $59,000. So you can see the bottom line is $199,703 loss so far. So I would just ask that if not tonight, we discuss some resolution, or we recess to another budget meeting, because unless something is decided tonight, we really can't move off of that loss. So we heard a lot of discussion and a lot of give and take and a lot of requests. I would just, and everybody always looks at me and is not happy with me at budget time, but I just request that we do not go backwards and add to that number and increase it anymore, but that is up to the board. You've heard a lot of requests from the department heads, and it is your decision on what to look at, what to approve in their requests, and it will change that bottom line number, hopefully get us closer to balancing the budget. We did, like I said, we are advertising the next 2 Thursdays to have a public hearing and present a balanced budget that first meeting in September. So we are in August now, and that first meeting in September is coming soon.
Thank you, Mr. Jim. Let me get all my stuff back together here. Now, every department, everything they've asked for, we know that they need or can certainly use to better their services and better to protect our citizens. I really like the idea of the communications there. Secret Service kind of messed it up, not having them. All right, but the simple bottom line is we got to whack $200,000 out of this. It's got to be done. There's absolutely no way around it. Do y'all want to schedule, like recess this meeting over till next Tuesday?
That's fine with me.
Then just come in here and say, okay, this is what we got on our minds.
We did that last year, Mayor.
Sir?
We did that last year.
Yes, and you know that department heads aren't going to be happy, and I don't blame them, because they work hard. But we've just got to face the facts. This has got to be done. Does anybody have any Mr. Alderman Geis?
I just have a question for Jim. What, up here on your 901, what's the difference between road improvements and our street maintenance project?
Yeah, historically, the road improvement line, and I can get you the year-to-date, we've always had that for potholes. When Mr. Stephen does any improvements out there, if he has to cut the road up and get a truckload of rocks, anything that deals with repairing our roads outside of what Mr. Vince is doing, we're always going to have that. We can't get rid of that. Actually, Stephen was talking to me, this week or last week, I forget, and he said, we're not getting rid of that line item, and I said, no. Actually, we have spent $187,885. So anytime they have to go out over the next how many years before we get every street paved in the city through the street maintenance project that Mr. Vince has put together, we're going to have to patch potholes every winter, and any type of road repair, a lot of that falls underneath that.
I got another question then. Does it have to be in 901, or would that be more logical to put under Public Works?
Well, I mean, it could be. It was moved there. Years ago, 901 was set up to pull expenses that were drastically impacting certain departments, and to pull things in there that were project-related. Like you see several different projects in there. We even have the animal shelter. A line was added to that because that's a project. All Mr. Vince's projects that aren't related to directly to sewer and water that aren't, there's a whole list of them in utilities department too, but good question. It's been there for over 10 years, so.
For a while, that was our road improvement budget.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. After speaking with Mr. Campbell, do we have a motion to extend the board meeting, the time? Motion by Alderman Young. Do we have a second? Second by Alderman Bledsoe. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Klein. Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Bostick.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree. Alderman Young.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. All right. Do we have any more discussion about the budget right now? All right. Do we have any citizens' remarks? Oh,
Yes, we do.
yes, we do. Mr. Jake? How did you pronounce your last name, Mr. Jake?
Abraham.
Abraham. All right. Welcome, sir.
Yeah, my name is Jake Abraham. I live at 1876 Greeno Drive in Churchwood Estates, right across from City Park. My concerns is that the buses parking on city streets. I had quadruple bypass surgery. Now, if an ambulance and a fire engine have to, people park right across from each other. So I can barely get my little four-door pickup truck through there, much less a fire engine trying to get through there. And then the city park is there, and there's no parking for the city park. And that's just, right across. So they're going to be parking all over the place, making it more difficult for me to get out of my driveway. What I'd like to see happen is to get the people to park on even number of days, park on the even number, even side of the street, and the same thing for odd days. That would make it easier for the emergency vehicles to get through.
Oh, definitely, Mr. Abraham. We've gone through this over in several other subdivisions. Some of the streets are so narrow you cannot get a fire truck down. They'll park even on one side.
Yeah.
So this is an ongoing problem, and you live on Greeno down there.
Yeah. There's a brand new city park, there's a brand new gym that they just put in about 6 months ago. And then the other thing is they've got that warehouse on over there off of 51 on Nail Road. And and so that makes 51 there by just right before you get to railroad tracks by Ingleside Drive, and it just makes it that much more. What they need to do is put a traffic light there, so that that people can, you know, so, because I try to come out that way, and sometimes I have to wait 20 minutes before I can get out.
I doubt if we could put up a traffic light because it costs $200,000 or $300,000.
Oh.
But it's quite a coincidence you mentioned that because your chief of police was talking about that same intersection today.
Yeah. Yeah, she and I talked.
Oh, she
But,
set you up here? Is that what?
But, you know, well, the fire station there on 51, right there by Churchwood Estates. Now, they've got a traffic light up there for the fire station. Now, I don't know what the difference would be for just, you know, like the blinking red light, or if you could find maybe a used one to put there that would work.
Is that light, does that belong to the MDOT or does that belong to us? By the fire station?
Mayor, we got a grant and put that in.
All right, sir.
It belongs to the city though. I mean, our maintenance we have to deal with on it, but it only signals when we come out or come back to stop the traffic to get out. It stays green all the time until South Haven comes through with their fire truck and stops everybody, but fire trucks activate it with our Opticon. So, we hit it from the station to get out on emergency calls because of 51 when they widened it. So we did get that on a grant, but it's just stopping traffic for us to get out. It stays green all the time until we activate it. It does belong to the city at this time.
Thank you, Chief. Mr. Abraham, there's a 3-minute limit on these citizens' remarks. If I could ask a favor of you, let Chief and Mr. Box and I try to talk this over before the next meeting, which is in 2 weeks.
Okay.
Because the next meeting, the special meeting, will be just on the budget. But maybe we can, if you come back.
Yeah, 2 weeks.
And maybe you continue to talk to the chief. Maybe we can come up with something. But I appreciate you coming, and I hope you get okay. How long ago did you have that operation?
2016.
Yeah, doing all right then.
Yeah, I just got through with home health care. So so I'm taking a day at a time.
Got my nitro in my pocket too. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
All right. Mayor, Alderman correspondence, maybe we can make this brief because we still have executive session. Please remember that Mayor Henderson lost his mother and the funeral was Saturday. So please remember the mayor's mother in your prayers and the mayor's family and the mayor. Also, Ms. Bostic just had a birthday, or is it tomorrow? Your wife. It's her birthday. Today is her birthday. Wish her happy birthday for us, please, sir. And then Saturday, 9 o'clock, in front of the DeSoto County Courthouse, Mayor Johnson of Hernando is going to read a proclamation in honor of Cuddles, the therapy dog. I think the TV stations are going to be there, and I'm sure Cuddles and Mr. Larry will be there. All right. Alderman Young, you have anything, sir? No, sir. Alderman Dupree? No, sir. Alderman Johnson? Alderman Bostic? Alderman Geis? Alderman Bledsoe? No, excuse me, Alderman Klein? No, sir. Do any of the department heads have anything else to say, or did you have anything to say about any other topic since we discussed the budget? Anyone? All right. Mr. Billy, do you have anything?
I do not, Mr. Mayor.
All right. So, Mr. Jim, you clear?
Yes, sir, I do not.
All right. So we have a motion to go, do we have a motion to go in closed determination?
Mayor, I make a motion to go into closed determination.
We have a motion by Alderman Geis. Do we have a second? Second by Alderman Young. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree. Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Bostick.
Aye.
Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. If y'all will excuse us, please, ladies and gentlemen. Item closed determination.
Mayor, I make a motion to come out of closed determination.
We have a motion by Alderman Geist. Do we have a second? Second by Alderman Dupree. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree. Alderman Young.
Motion carries 6 in favor, 1 absent. Do we have a motion to go into executive session?
Mayor, I make a motion to go into executive session for item A, discussion of personnel matters in the planning department.
We have a motion by Alderman Geist. Do we have a second? Second by Alderman Young. Any discussion? Alderman Dupree. Yes, sir. All right. Do we have any more discussion? Roll call on the motion, please, to go in executive session.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Motion carries 6 in favor, 1 absent, except for the police. If any other department heads want to go home, you're most certainly welcome to do so. Thank you for everything you've done. You know, Alderman Young. Figure out where it is. They can take a few out of this line, a few out of that line, a few out of that line. Just leave the raises alone. And then- And the chief already offered to give up her part of her budget already. So we know there's that taken care of. Oh, Mr. Ingram, if you wait out here, we'll come get you. Grab you a seat anywhere.
I did want to, just in case they want paper copies.
I think they already got it. But hold it instead, but I think they do. I've got mine in here somewhere. I might take you up on one right now, instead of trying to go through all this stuff and shuffling around. I read it. I read your letter on the computer.
Okay. I just figured
Yeah, that's
you
good.
might want paper copies.
Yeah.
Or I'll be here.
All right, thank you, sir. Oh, my old leg. I had to get roller on my leg last year. My leg did the same thing. That job pays a heck of a lot more than this one.
I just got a raise. My base salary now is 87.
we're back. Do we have a motion to come out of executive session?
Mayor, I make the motion, come out of executive
We have a motion by Alderman Dupree to come out of executive session. Do we have a second? Second by Alderman Young. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please, sir.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree. Alderman Young.
Motion carries 6 in favor, 1 absent. Do we have any kind of motion resulting from executive session?
Mayor,
Alderman Klein.
I move to suspend employee number 707 for 3 days to be served on dates as determined by the mayor without pay for violation of personal policy number 701, employee conduct and work rules with boisterous or disruptive activity in the workplace. 2, was disrespectful and conducted, and/or 3, unsatisfactory performance and/or conduct. And to place the employee on probation for a period of 1 year.
We have a motion by Alderman Klein. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Young. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree. Alderman Johnson.
Nay.
Alderman Bostic.
Absent.
Alderman Bledsoe.
Yay.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 in favor, 1 nay, 2 absent. Motion carries. Now, before we leave here, we still got the budget to work on. Did y'all want to have a meeting next week? We just about have to.
Yes, sir.
What'd be a good night?
Tuesday.
Tuesday. So we recess until 6 o'clock Tuesday, Mr. Billy?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, we need a motion to recess.
Yes, sir. Anyone willing to make that motion?
Mayor.
Alderman Bostic.
Make a motion to recess till August the 20th at 6 o'clock.
13th.
I'm sorry, what did you say? 13th, I'm sorry, 13th.
We have a motion by Alderman Bostic. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Young. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree. Alderman Young.
Aye.
Motion carries 6 in favor, 1 absent. Do we have a motion?
Make a motion to adjourn.
Oh, wait, we already have a motion to recess.
We already done that. Never mind, we can't adjourn.
Too late. It's too late. Everybody